Salute, gentlemen.
Salute. Happy birthday, my brother.
Thank you.
News store is when your life really explodes as a comedian. Tennyson touched into it.
This
Oh,
Oakland
you touched
Coliseum,
into it, yes. Look at him.
that show's amazing.
He doesn't give a fuck. You cannot give a fuck. So I studied what, just a couple of singers have this Joe Rogan, that you could tell what they're singing about by looking at their body. Robert Plant, Since I've Been Loving You, Live from the Garden, is fucking body language, is superb.
words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. My worship and adore. In other words, in other words,
Nobody's body language was better on stage than fucking Robert Plant. Mick Jagger did his thing, but selling you what three guys behind you are playing is a gift that I also wanted to tap into. That's why I kind of liked Josh's idea. If you didn't do it, you missed out as a comic.
look at this
Can you
one,
imagine what
Yoshi.
happened?
I said no to it for
I've
months,
never
and I
seen
did it.
anybody
It was the worst
so
anxiety
excited
attack I ever
ever.
got,
Like,
but it was worth doing it one time, Joe Rogan. What were you going to say?
I
I'm
was gonna
sorry.
say, no. Can you imagine if Leonard Skinner didn't crash in that plane?
We would have had a complete different world today. The Outlaws would have been huge. Because Leonard Skinner was already blowing Ted Nugent out of the water on tour, on that tour. It was well known.
Those songs were so good. I know a little about love. Maybe I can guess the rest.
I have no idea. You have no idea.
Dude, to this day, man, when
You have no idea.
I do my kickboxing workouts, 9 out of 10 times I put on a Leonard Skinner.
It gets you angry.
Yeah, I
You
put on
pick
a
a beat,
playlist.
yeah.
But it's just they weren't supposed to be that good. They're from Florida. For real, they're not supposed. That's the story of Leonard Skinner. They're not supposed to be that good. Ronnie Van Zant, all those guys, they're from Florida.
They were powerful, dog.
Bro. In a weird way. They would rehearse their riffs, right? Like Eddie Bravo was explaining to me, like the difference between some people have riffs where they just go off, like some guys just shred, and some guys have riffs where the whole riff is like this really calculated solo. It's not as simple as like a guy just fucking for the crowd. No, this guy has got a whole, like when they did. Like if they did Freebird, that one guitar solo
You gotta
for
watch
Freebird.
it. You gotta watch it to just kill.
look at this one, Yoshi. Oh yeah, hashtag ViralRabbi. You got it, baby. Live broadcaster, you know what's up. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, baby. Fearlessly. There it is. Found it? Yeah.
But they do not use the We heard about it when we were kids.
More copies. You done? What? Could have been a deep freeze. That's the one I'm trying to ask it really. Because it's that in the beginning, so the little truth. The other fucking ROTHSCHILD and afterwards for everything I ever discussed. Never hear another and everything. The fucking murder center of the universe. The other fucking ROTHSCHILD from shit inside of the multiverse. Right? So I was saying that doing shit inside of the multiverse. Red and black and maybe that of the age of righteousness. Stuff. But I rejoice. That's my boy.
Here's our reaction watching the end of Alabama's answered prayer. 4th and goal from the 31 at Auburn. Jalen Miller just made a terrible mistake to play before. That's funny stuff. You're punching me, by the way. I have no idea I mean, what just happened? Think about the play before. He's across the line by 4 yards. Throws the ball. Alabama's going to lose. And then they're not. And that is not just a big play in a rivalry game. That keeps Alabama's hopes alive for an SEC championship. a playoff bid, and maybe a national title. Washington struggling, by the way, against their rivals. So
But I can hear what I'm doing and what I'm working with now. And I don't think there's no way around it. I have to fucking finish it off in the studio to get that kind of cleanliness, man, or buy that fucking nectar or whatever the hell that shit is, like $400 fucking software you can get offline and shit. It's like, there's some good tools, but, are we, or what's the word I'm looking for? Our volume right now, our production isn't, turning over. I need to make that 450 back immediately if I get it, but yeah, man, I'm trying to work into that, get that cleanliness right there, man. And yeah, man. What y'all think of that track? Van Queen, is that a fair track? Or you like Takeoff? I'm catching everybody. Like, oh. Put it up. Pocket set. You was rugging, but I do want to hear what you were saying. I didn't catch what you were saying, but I want to hear it. You still rugging, bro. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna remove him and add him back, maybe, unless he catches it.
Yeah, I need to get some clients and say, nobody's got back to me surprisingly on that email. So
Yeah, I'm right.
Didn't it say lightning twice? Like that was tragic.
Yeah, no. I can't lie. I used the free version for work stuff, and I started using it, and it was just so crap. And then it would come out with these. It was almost like it was from the 1980s, the way it had these cheesy one-liners. I just said, no, get the paid version. Like Ventus says, he's right.
Yeah, it's like it's so much better. And I like how it's been with it. Yeah, we can get on the chat.
Yeah, turn our cameras on for a little while.
Ventus, I might have to bookkeep myself. I ain't gonna lie, because I need that paid version. Need that kind of special session. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, shit, you're gonna take a camera on the
Only for friends.
Only promises, you know. I can't guarantee.
I have a non-solicitation policy in the corporate setting, which means that you have to be 10 feet away from the building before you're able to even go. That's solicitation. There's a distance between the building and the person that's trying to conduct business. That's the solicitation. Here, if you're looking for somebody here in the United States to show you around to property, to show you around, that's a real estate agent here in the United States. Based on those definitions, which one are you referencing?
No, I get it. Right. So, I guess in comparison, we would call a solicitor a lawyer by your standards. And do you have a lawyer incorporated in real estate transaction?
Yes. Here in the United States, you have attorneys that look at the real estate transaction.
Attorney. All right. So, that's it. All right. So, what you call an attorney, we call a solicitor. Well, you can call it, but that's a loose term. We have solicitors, which we primarily deem as a lawyer.
And you primarily deem them as a lawyer. Is that based on their what is it? JD, doctrine?
Oh, judicial.
Yeah, that word. So how do you classify them? Because it seems like
for the first 2 months da an yi yawa sosai da aka an shiga sosai so abin da ya sa suka canza ke da suka shiga ɗaya su ne za ka suka samu bacin su wannan da za ka sun samu bacin ko da ma ba su da wani
a haka ganin da nake yi kenan ni nake ga na samu golden batch ina nake ga 5,000 ne
shi ne idan ma da ko da ma kana kawo 5,000 za ka samu
ni na da kun nan a round 10K nake ga ko a 15K na samu bronze na samu diamond ba diamond batch nake da shi
ko golden batch 5,000 ne kana kai su ba ka da
abin da kawai don have to be early lokacin da aka fara da public din na ai ba kowa yake da shi ko a ciki
Guess I'm delusional.
Yeah, it must be one of your episodes.
One of my episodes.
When you were spiraling that time, you just hallucinated poetry.
Was I spiraling? I don't really spiral.
Oh, you don't?
The only time I spiral is on Twitter Spaces when I'm like so disappointed in humans.
Hunting and shooting. Christy saying that she owns a firearm because it's her patriotic duty. And this from Shelley saying, I don't need a reason to exercise.
Have one, and I was done when I was about 15 years old.
Is it the same firearm that you had since you were 15?
Oh, no. I've switched a couple different times depending on what I'm doing with the gun. But I only own one at a time. Sometimes I use it for sometimes I use it for target practice. So I was looking at depending on what my flavor my use is for that.
Do you think the process of obtaining a firearm in this country is outright? Is it too hard to buy a gun? Is it too easy to purchase a firearm?
Sometimes it's a lot easier to get into buying the gun from and things like that. So where I live, it's about right, in my opinion.
And where do you live in Kansas?
A big part of the song.
It's very, very important that you have to learn things. You have to understand how the market works. Enjoying a lot of space, just like enjoying this space here, you are learning and you are gaining something. It's very, very important. You have to learn first. So after learning first, then you have to implement what you have learned. Then if there's something you don't understand, you have to do your own research. And that's why doing your own research is very important because there are some things some idolus they post. They will not even see, but you can do your research and you can there's something I show you that I'm convinced about this. I have to buy it. And it's actually worked for me because before I was just taking the project, someone presented the project, I will just put the contact that I will be using. Because this space is just like dog eat dog. Everybody is looking for money. as you are putting your money, some people are taking it out. So this market is very crazy. So it's very crazy. So you have to be very, very careful. Because the money you are losing in this crypto space, someone is gaining it. The money you are losing, someone is gaining it. So it depends on the level of knowledge, the level of information you have, and the level, the way you can control yourself, control your emotion. That's why it's very important you have to learn and understand what works for you. Because what works for this person might not work for you. So you have to understand that person. Because you have to try it. So that's after you learn, then you can start implementing what you learn. Then you learn. You understand? So then when it is proper time for you to take profits, you take your profits. And my books are going to speak about how to take your profit proper time, how to take everything. So that is what you do as a then you join a lot of space, you learn from people, you understand the space. So that's my own contribution in space. And I also have a question. And the question I have now is that is there any, like, I'm sure this question for everyone, is there any
standing on the external Naqsh Jahan Square in Isfahan in Iran, and very famous for dome in the all of the world for construction and for brick on the dome, and has a beautiful brick. And one edition only available of this artwork, and I wanted another person know that, and more information about that. And the construction in 1600 by Safavid Empire, and physical painting, sketch on craft paper with pen. When I was going to Nakhchivan Square, I sketched of these artworks, I sketched of this building live, and I love so much live sketch of the historical building. And thank you so much, my dear friend Ishika. And I wanted invite everybody in your space. I have a exhibition in London, solo exhibition, and in the famous gallery in Iran, Golestan Gallery, and I started Friday until continued Wednesday, and I have 20 artworks in this exhibition, and
पर उनके लिए रात के 2 बजे यार कोर्ट खुल रही है। आतंकवादियों के लिए इतनी बड़ी टीम खड़ी होती है, लीगल टीम जो एक नॉर्मल बंदा अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता। ऐसे ऐसे वकील खड़े होते हैं। कहाँ से पैसा आ रहा है? वो कौन दे रहा है पैसा? और इनकी साठगांठ और जैसे बात होती है ना, जो आपने देखा होगा।
things happen, we have something called humanity, and we treasure that very much. So just always believe in that part, and I'm just speaking also into the space. Even though things happen, those who are human enough to stand for just are the ones who have the biggest heart. And unfortunately, I have to repeat this because I experienced this also with a lot of Palestinians. Even the atrocities done to them generations on, to their grandparents, their children, themselves, they always have the biggest heart of us all, and showing it in their human nature by giving more of the good.
Kobe. Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Sorted operation against me and my colleagues, and it would be totally crazy to even conduct that because it took precautions. Then why don't we just pass this and see what happens?
And what do you think the answer to that is?
Special interests want to keep the genie in the bottle, even though the toothpaste is coming out of the tube, and I think it's like a death rattle in this industrial complex that doesn't want change. And I'm not here to be like some total adversary. I think there needs to be a truth and reconciliation process on this issue. I'm not here to throw people in jail. I'm not here for big contractors involved to lose money. I think this would be a boon. And I think the leadership in these companies need to think about this, where if we're open with this, you can hire people, you can push the subject into undergraduate, graduates, and postdoctoral programs of research to study this in an unclassified, just like nuclear physics. And this answers a fundamental question for humanity. Are we alone, or what happens when we die? Well, I don't know about that, but are we alone? Well, the answer is we're not alone. And I know that with 100% certainty, which as an intel officer, you never say 100%, but all things pointed towards, based on the people I talk to, like Harry Reid, and I use him as an example, but I talk to the highest of the high people you could possibly talk to catch my drift. So unless all of them are lying and they're covering up something else, which I don't even know what it would be at this point, because the phenomenon is real. It's been going on for thousands of years. People have been seeing strange things, and not everybody's mass hallucinating. So that's kind of my long diatribe about what's happening.
What do they think these things are? The people that you talk to?
So they specifically, the people on the program that handle the material, that were in executive level briefings with Intel community leaders and other folks over the years, last 20 years or so, they did use the term extraterrestrial, ET or whatever. Okay, that isn't a possible origin, but The Schumer Amendment, if you read it, it specifically uses non-human intelligence, NHI, very deliberately because we want to catch everything. Because what if some of this stuff is not ET and they're going to use it as an escape clause? Like, well, this stuff that we don't even know if it's extraterrestrial, so this doesn't apply. So that's why we wanted to be as broad as possible. I mean, besides ET, I mean, a lot of it would be my own personal opinion. I think we have a couple conceivable buckets, and I'm using the work of Jacques Vallée, other people that have thought deeply on the issue, on how the phenomenon has changed since antiquity. It showed itself in a different way. Like a good example is like witches sitting on your chest phenomenon with paralysis in medieval and Enlightenment era became this alien abduction phenomenon in the modern era. And is it the recipient and their analytical overlay cognitively seeing the phenomenon based on a modern interpretation, inside out, or is the phenomenon, this is like Jacques Vallée's book, Passport to Magnolia, I can never pronounce it right, 1969, where he talks about the phenomenon seems to like masquerade itself as different stuff over the years, but we've seen roughly the same stuff. You look at the Foo Fighters of World War II. There are declassified Air Force OSI reports from the 50s people can Google that talk about flying butane tanks with the same measurements, approximately what we saw in the 2004 Tic Tac incident, but they called it flying propane or butane tanks in the 50s. So from a morphology, or in the Air Force intel we call it VisRecce, visual reconnaissance, like they basically look the same, and we can back azimuth that decades, if not hundreds of years in the past. Wheels of Ezekiel, right? They're seeing these like disc type objects, right? And unless Ezekiel is tripping, or this is an allegory or fable in the Bible, let's say the event happens. Just like in the Vedic text, you have the battles, the blue people, and the battles in the sky that sound like nuclear and directed energy weapons. Like, what's going on there? I mean, maybe that's a Graham Hancock or Randall Carlson type thing. They know more than I. So there is a real phenomenon that origin undetermined, but it's trippy, and sometimes it presents itself in like a non-corporeal form too. Orbs, balls of energy. They don't appear as like some kind of bipedal hominid like some people have espoused. So I think that might be, call it interdimensional, call it shadow biome, crypto-terrestrial. There's a lot of different theories. What are the primary theories? The primary theories are from another planet. Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by 4Patriots. Did you know there are parts of the grid that, if attacked, could mean power will be knocked out for months? Just picture it. Your life would be frozen in time right at the moment the power fails. Lights all over would go out, throwing people into total darkness. That's why having your own solar power is more important than ever. With the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, you get a portable solar generator. You can take it with you or use it inside your home. It's powerful enough for your phones, medical devices, your fridge, and more. And right now, you can go to 4patriots.com and use the code ROGAN to get 10% off your first purchase on anything in the store, including the Patriot Power Generator. You'll also get their famous guarantee for an entire year and free shipping on orders over $97. Plus, a portion of every sale is donated to charities who support veterans and their families. Just go to 4patriots.com and use the code ROGAN. Tap the banner to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. That's the only coffee I drink. I drink it at home. I drink it at work. Sometimes I have to drink other coffee, but if I want to drink the coffee that I enjoy, it's Black Rifle Coffee. If you haven't already heard about Black Rifle Coffee Club, you lucked out, because now's the perfect time to get on board with this community for a massive discount. New members who join today, use the code Joe, and you're going to get 30% off their first month with the club. It's the best way to get
premium coffee roasted right here in the USA, shipped to your door on a schedule that works for you. Club members also get exclusives like free shipping on all deliveries, special discounts on roasts, access to products that you won't find anywhere else, members-only content, plus discounts with a bunch of your favorite brands. Joining the coffee club is the best way to get the full BRCC experience, so sign up now. Use the code Joe and get that massive 30% off your first month. You'll get to enjoy the best coffee in America, the best coffee club in America, and most importantly, join a mission to give back to those who serve or from another dimension. I think those are the primary. I mean, there's certainly origins that we probably can't conceptualize as humans because our meat is stuck in 3D and we don't understand, and our IQs are only so high, so there might be some origins that we don't understand
in terms of like interdimensional travel.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you talk to mainstream physicists, they say like crossing dimensions physically is kind of a trope of sci-fi, and that's why I used an example. And I know some physicists don't like me talking about this theory, but it is a theory, so the holographic principle, which was originally conceived to explain how information is encoded on an event horizon of a black hole, which is a distance away from the singularity of a black hole, where if you cross it, you're fucked, because you're going to get ripped to shreds where you're not coming back. And that principle talks about how information basically from higher dimensional space can be encoded in lower dimensional space. And the easiest example is like us casting a shadow on a sidewalk, right? A three-dimensional object, 2D shadow on a sidewalk. If you lived in two-dimensional space, flatland, you'd be tripped out. What the fuck am I seeing? But they just don't know that it's really just a person in higher dimensional space. So is some of the obviously we have physical material that's in three-dimensional space that we've recovered, but at least maybe some of the phenomenon is really operating in higher spatial dimensions, but is either being projected or quasi-projected into our 3D plus time space, which is really trippy to think about, but we literally do it on a day-to-day basis, like casting shadows. So, and that might be some of what we're seeing too, but I mean, I presume we know more. The people I talked to did not espouse they had full knowledge either. Like I said, the normal colloquialism was to say ET or extraterrestrial.
Could you dumb down this concept of interdimensional? Like, what I know in physics, they have theorized that there are multiple dimensions other than those that we can currently detect.
Yeah, and a lot of that is based off of like large. This is my bachelor's degree talking. I know there's going to be like some physicist who has a PhD. He's like, "Oh, Dave, you fucked that up." But basically, from high energy particle collisions and based on the deflection angles and all this stuff, what happens when the particles collide, confirm certain theoretical frameworks about extra spatial dimensions. And I can't speak with any real authority on precisely how that works, but a lot of whether it be string theory or quantum mechanics are based off of higher spatial dimensions. And so that is a mainstream physics theoretical framework that's not like wacky or loony or anything like that. So but that's basically a possibility. But like I said, like we don't really have a good theory. If you lived in like 5D space, for example, it's almost like remember the ending of the movie Interstellar, right?
Yes.
Where he's pushing the books. Mm-hmm. He's like in a tesseract, which is like a 4 to 5D structure, but he's trying to interact with 3D space. And of course, he like leaves that space to come back to his daughter many years later at the ending of the movie. Great movie. But so that's a way to conceptualize it in something you may have watched in film. It's kind of like the ending of Interstellar. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Which is based on what? Like what theory?
So the physicist Kip Thorne was the very famous guy. He was a big black hole and wormhole guy. I think it's Caltech or somewhere in California. Kip Thorne actually did all the physics equations and everything for Christopher Nolan to make sure that they were conceptualizing and visualizing black holes and wormholes and all that stuff correctly in the movie. We saw like the halo around the black hole when they were coming in with the ship and everything. That's actually based off of real physics models that Kip Thorne did the calculations for, which is pretty cool actually, that Christopher Nolan took it to that level, you know.
So this idea that these beings, or whatever you want to call them, exist in some other dimension, do we have, I mean, I don't know what you can say about this. Do we have an understanding? Do we have any sort of communication with these beings that give us some sort of an understanding or a map of this?
Yeah, the interaction stuff, that's a sensitive area. There were multiple very senior people that were concerned about talking about that kind of stuff with me. I mean, that is certainly, as nuts as it sounds, that was a real subject of conversation. That sounds like something out of like Star Trek First Contact.
But it doesn't if you have vehicles.
Yeah, so it's like once you realize the phenomenon's real, then you realize we've recovered artifacts and, you know, biologics, or, you know, dead pilots, if you will. Even though it's kind of creepy to even think about that in your worldview. You don't think they were ever, you know, alive sometimes too, right? And I'll leave it at that, only because that is something, you know, the president and his cabinet need to disclose this in a controlled manner. Going back to that amendment, you know, I'm not here to push the subject in an improper way, and that sounds like, why don't you just do it, Dave? Like, there's a lot of secondary and tertiary ramifications socioeconomically, theologically, our relationship geopolitically with our allies and adversaries. This is not rip off the Band-Aid and it's simple. There's a lot of complex stuff behind the scenes that need to happen, and that's why I'm laying out all the general stuff that needs to be talked about during the disclosure process, but I should not be the one disclosing, and it would be highly inappropriate because I care about the health of the United States and its people and national security for me to do so. So I know there's people that are like, oh, why doesn't Dave say X, Y, and Z? It's like, this is serious. This is not like, haha, let me tell you a good story. I'm a serious guy. I ruined my fucking career doing this. I was going to make lieutenant colonel in the Air Force this winter. I was on track to be, you know, a flag officer equivalent civilian in my career. I spent 18 years in uniform, if you count the cadet time, right? My whole adult life was serving as an intel officer. But I wanted to see, and I'm 36, right, older millennial. I wanted to see change, so I'm throwing the flag out, and I'm here to hold the government accountable to do the right thing in a manner that is mature and thorough, because I don't begin to say that I know everything, all the different ramifications of saying certain things publicly. I don't know all the answers to that, and that's why I have to be careful, because I don't even know, I'll call it, you know, collateral damage effects, to use kind of a military term, what may happen if certain things in detail that are revealed that I might not know the ramifications thereof, because there's something that I'm not privy to. So this is like a serious, this is not like a fun situation. This is like humanity changing, hopefully in a good way. But this is like, you know, quite serious. And I, you know, risked my personal and professional life, and personal life, because things have happened to me, to be public like this. And you know, I swore an oath, but, you know, myself and my generation, you know, want to see a change.
Can you discuss the things that have happened to you personally?
Yeah, so a lot of the stuff I have to be purposely vague, because there's an open Inspector General reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I'm not here to compromise the investigation by tipping off my antibodies that may be watching right now. But, you know, when I really started looking into this, I mean, they came after me so hard to try to revoke my clearance, ruin my career, kicked me out of my agency, and they accused me of everything you could possibly think of with like no evidence. For example, at first they wanted to say, oh, Dave, you have mental health stuff you didn't report to us. We're concerned because we think you might have an ongoing mental health issue. I'm like, what are you talking about? I reported that I had PTSD from Afghanistan in my military service several years ago, and I sought help for that. Like, I'm not ashamed of that. You know, I'm high functioning autistic, and I didn't know that until my early 30s. And how I process trauma, I didn't really understand until many years later. And, you know, I sought help for that, and they were trying to say that, like, I had some secret mental health problem that I haven't been reporting to. So I had to go through this whole process. 3 agencies at the same time investigated me for that, which I don't even know if that's, like, legal. They tried to say that I, like, mishandled classified, all this other stuff. It was insane. Apparently, I was under criminal investigation for a couple months, and I didn't even know that, and nor did they interview me, but they made a finding with no evidence they tried to use against me that I had to spend money to basically litigate and maintain my employment, my clearance, which I did, for the record. I maintained my clearance. I resigned with full accesses. You know, I'm just debriefed now, but I maintained my top secret eligibility, and I left with my own accord. And so, and of course, they ruined one of my boss's careers in another agency. They walked him out of the building and revoked his clearance and terminated him as a show of force after they were going after me. And I feel sorry for that certain individual. And they came after coworkers of mine. I can't get into who, what, when, where, and why to protect their identities and their own process. But so that's what happened to me professionally. And then what happened to me personally was very disturbing. So I have to be very vague about this because ongoing investigation, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying, is they showed my wife and I they could touch me at any time, 2 times. And it was very disturbing. It was in conjunction with some other people getting a message like that are, let's say, publicly well known, some that aren't publicly well known. And of course, I immediately reported that to, you know, counterintelligence, federal law enforcement local to me, because it, you know, wasn't criminal, but it was like a fuck you to me. And this was right before I filed my whistleblower complaint. Now, I don't know who did this, you know, entity who did X, Y, and Z to my wife and I, identity unknown, but it fucking happens. And I, you know, provided that documentation to a couple special agents. And I just knew that it was getting serious. And, you know, as, first of all, I'm the kind of person, I'm from Pittsburgh, you know, like, steel town, I don't take shit from people. And I decided, fuck it, I'm going to file an inspector general complaint to protect myself. I'm in fear for my safety. You know, my wife's an Air Force veteran too, and, you know, very strong individual, but, you know, as a man, you don't want to put your family at risk. And, you know, did certain other measures, which I won't talk about, to protect myself, you know, physically. And I could not believe that was happening to me. No kidding. And I knew I needed to do something internally. And then when I saw the writing on the wall earlier this year, and of course I knew about the Schumer Amendment, like I mentioned earlier, and I knew, like, you know, I got to do this for my own protection, because me leaving the federal service, because I resigned my Air Force commission, I totally threw that career away, to do what I thought was the right and patriotic thing, to whistleblow on this, you know, and I, you know, swore my oath 18 years ago, and it sounds hokey, but I believe, you know, integrity first, service before self, and excellence all we do. That's the Air Force motto. And I'm like, this is not going to help me personally. Like, love talking to you. I like spreading this message because it's the right and ethical thing to do, but this is a nightmare for me. I don't want to be public. I've served the country in clandestine and covert operations for 14 years. I've done technical intelligence for some of the most high-profile takedowns in U.S. history. I shouldn't even be here, but I am, because I want to see change. I saw something unethical and unmoral. I want to make sure I hold that element of the government accountable. And it was the right fucking thing to do. And I get kind of emotional about that because, you know, my career's been service and sacrifice. And, you know, I had 2 friends of mine die, and I've talked about this publicly before. And I'm segueing a little bit, but the suffering of the American intelligence officer is something that, for their service to their country, and we're not talking about this subject, obviously, people don't realize the kind of trauma intel professionals go through. So, first of all, I had a friend 6 months after I got back from Afghanistan. His name's Captain Dave Lyon. There's a park at Peterson Space Force Base named after him. I remember seeing his coffin come off the plane stuff. So, I saw him die. That fucked me up for a number of years, and that's what gave me a lot of my problems I ended up dealing with. But then I had I remarried, and then my best man, Captain Ben Heine, Air Force Intelligence Officer, Air Force Special Operations Command. I've known him for years. He's my closest friend, best man at my wedding. And then 28 days later, unfortunately, he suffered from depression, and it was, as his best friend, he didn't even confide in me. I remember chit-chatting with him on the phone one day, about 28 days after he was my best man, and he didn't tell me anything was wrong with him. And a few hours later, he walked in his backyard and shot himself. And I gave his eulogy at his funeral, and that really, really affected me. And with what Ben experienced, which I can't get into all of the stuff he did, obviously, but imagine being the guy that decides that person is bad. Fire the hellfire. That person is now pink mist. They're dead. You just played God. Let's go back to, the wife and kids at the end of your shift. And a lot of that, I did the same kind of thing. I did a lot of stuff overseas that involved interrogations and, ops where you had to decide if a target is bad enough where you're going to affect their life forever and their family's life forever. And that's the silent suffering of intel professionals, especially during the global war on terror, which was 21 years or so. And the trauma and the mental health problems that people get from being an intel professional in an operational environment. People think like special operators, pilots, etc. Army, Marines, ground pounders, and they certainly have their own trauma, but it's this weird, insidious. Am I in a video game? Is this real trauma that intelligence professionals? And I just wanted to highlight that during the show because that was just a near and dear to myself. So people are aware of the service of military intelligence and civilian intelligence professionals that have to make really tough decisions for the country that affect people's lives on the receiving end. So,
was there a concern while you're going through all this that if you didn't come out with this, that we would be stuck in the same sort of loop for a long, long period of time, and no one would ever have access to this stuff? That they would continue.
Yeah, and that you nailed it on the head. Is I think my generation, once it changed, the under 40 generation. Their parents went to war, their older brothers went to war. We're fighting two dangerous proxy wars right now, which is extremely stupid. I don't know a better way of saying it, to be quite frank. And I can give you my own assessment on that if you want. But we're in this loop. We're not progressing in a healthy way as a civilization. It's becoming more divisive, whether on the left or the right. People aren't even looking up. All they care about is TikTok. We're creating potentially dangerous artificial intelligence. I even saw that in my government service. And I think humanity's kind of stuck right now, and we need to change. And this subject is like one of the only unifying, ontologically shocking, but I would think generally unifying topics where if announced by the U.S. and other major powers that have knowledge in a controlled manner, that this could change humanity for the better, make us look inside ourselves, become less divisive, and care maybe a little less about superficial things. So that's kind of my philosophical motivation to do what I did,
and you're confronted with one of the biggest mysteries in human history.
Yeah,
which is, are we alone? And it seems like at least some people have the answer to that.
100%. I mean, the people I talked to certainly did, and they had close personal knowledge, and the intel reports I read, literally indicated that as well, like I talked about earlier. And it just, so it's like this caste system. I call it dudes with SCI clearances do not have an embargo on reality. So it's a caste system of, people in government and outside of government in the industrial complex that run this stuff under little oversight. And, I remember some of the people who denied us access, they were like, I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did, why would you have a need to know? And I'm like, well, why did you have a need to know? You're just some multi-star general.
Or you're a human being.
You're a human being. You're not better than me. I mean, who determines need to know on a humanistic question? It's like basic fact of life. Why are we classifying fact of life at this day and age in 2023? It's insane.
And the answer to that would be national security.
Yeah, it's obtuse national security, right? So, like, why we classify stuff? It's called Executive Order 13526, right? Section 1.4 sections E and F are why we classify science stuff, why we classify nuclear stuff. It's like a one-liner. It's very vague. And are you saying these basic facts should be classified? Are you saying that this fits in this bill? And and you notice the Schumer Amendment, if anybody reads it, awkwardly calls out the Atomic Energy Act in 1954, right? And they're basically treating this as nuclear secrets because it gives off nuclear radiation. Because if you look at the ultra vague definition of special nuclear material, which is Section 51, Atomic Energy Act of 1954, it says anything that gives off a sizable amount of atomic energy. Literally, that's what it says. Well, what's sizable? And what legal gymnastics are you saying this stuff, which is obviously not who knows, maybe it is a nuclear weapon, and you're saying this is a U.S. nuclear secret, you're transclassifying it into a nuclear secret, which I understand maybe at first why they did that, and I'm not admonishing the hard decisions that presidents and other folks did many years ago when this was more of an enigma and we wanted to lock it down, figure it out, and then see what we're going to do. But there's never been a disclosure plan. I always ask that, to these super senior people I talk to, was there a plan? Any kind of plan at all? And they're like, no, never. We tried the money to waters back in there, tried to put it out there and test the populace, but there was never any cogent plan. I mean, people think the government is like this fine-oiled machine. They have plans for everything. Well, I guess sort of, but it's not. I mean, look at the war on terrorism. We left Afghanistan. No general officer, Mattis, Petraeus, McChrystal, I call them the failed generals. People allowed them, but really themselves in the Obama administration, Bush administration, except, Trump, whatever, nobody had a cogent plan for success. And we were fighting people who were much less of an adversary than one of our peers or near peers. We couldn't even win that war. What the fuck are we doing? But these protracted, endless wars, let's be real, it's good for the industrial complex.
Right.
So, and I'm not admonishing the whole industrial complex, for the record. We need national lethality. We need weapons to kill bad guys because there's evil people in the world. But you got to control, some of it, though.
Well, that's part of the problem with people that have secrets. It's once you have secrets, and part of your identity is the holder of those secrets, and part of the culture of these industries is that they are the ones that have the access to that.
Yeah, and I saw that in conventional, really black programs I was a part of in my career. It was almost like you got that secret society vibe where it's if you're a career government servant, your salary's not that great, but knowledge is your currency. And what makes you special? What rice bowl do you control? And I remember getting read into some stuff that it was the president and a very limited number of people getting read into, and I was one of them because I was operating a certain thing for a certain op. And you're part of the club, only 30 people are cleared or whatever. And I'm like, I don't get off on this shit. It's like, it's so weird, but like these like lifers, and I hate to, talk so matter of fact about it, but like it's kind of disgusting to me because it's like this it's weird. It's just like a weird like Gnostic cultish thing, and I lived that community for 14 years of my career.
And people really do enjoy having information that other people don't have access to.
It's like I got a secret, and like that's why I whistleblowed. Okay, so I know this shit's real. I know we're not alone. We have stuff. No shit. Am I gonna sit on my ass for 30, 40 years? I'm an old man. I look back like, I had that secret. I knew about it, but I didn't do anything. I didn't change. So I couldn't just keep that secret because I thought it was just perverse and wrong that the people don't even at least get to know the basics. It's insane.
So when it comes to these, I want to bring back to these actual entities.
Yeah.
Do we know, or would you have an understanding of how many of them we're talking about and the variety of them?
Yeah, there is a variety, and we have a certain number of different things. But the like total numbers of like what's interacting with us on Earth, I mean, nobody knows that. And I mean,
But there's an understanding of some that they do believe are interacting with us, and there's a variety in terms of there's variables.
Yeah, I talked to people who are familiar with the biological analysis and everything. So we have some idea, not a complete picture, because it's like, you're looking at it, it's like, well, I don't even understand the physiology at all. It's like, what the heck? It's like way different, right? So we have
Is there
at
a
least
description of this physiology?
Yeah, no, I was in the room when be careful. I don't want to. I was in Washington D.C. with a very number of senior people that work for members of Congress. Put it that way. When I was still in government, and I brought the people who worked on that stuff to the Hill. This is why the members were so confident to put out the Schumer amendment and stuff. And I was like, please explain. And they went into all those details and stuff. And I remember, some of the professional staff members were like, I think they were like in G-Lock, right? Because I mean, like a total world bubble. It got burst right there for a lot of people. And so we have some idea. It's not a complete picture. I mean, it's just like, but you're not even bringing in the right people. Like I think about my friend and colleague, Dr. Gary Nolan, which I started the Soul Foundation nonprofit with. I mean, he's like, Nobel level biologist, virologist. Like he's the guy that you would want on it, but he's not on it. So I think we can make a lot of progress in our understanding once again if this is more broadly studied in an open environment.
You aware of the Nixon Jackie Gleason story?
Vaguely, I stayed away from ufology because I had these contemporary people that were inside. I could check all their credentials, where they worked, etc. But I'm vaguely familiar where, what was it, like Nixon brought Jackie Gleason to some facility and showed him some stuff or something like that?
Yeah, supposedly that's the story. And it's very hard to determine the origin of the story or whether or not it's real. It came from, there's a story about one article that was supposedly published, was it Vanity Fair? And you can't find the story. But Jackie Gleason, by all accounts, was obsessed with UFOs. And even built a home in upstate New York that looked like a flying saucer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the house. He had this house constructed supposedly after he had this meeting with Nixon. So Nixon, supposedly they were drinking. Jackie Gleason and Nixon are tying one on, and Nixon's like, "You want to see some shit?" And they fly to wherever this base is, and he shows them these frozen biological entities and this retrieved vehicle, and then Jackie Gleason becomes a fanatic. Obviously,
that's crazy. Yeah, I mean not crazy, but that's interesting that a president would do that to like an uncleared celebrity friend of his. Like, oh, let me just show you the most sensitive shit our country has. Well, I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
People are obsessed with celebrity. There's even world leaders.
kings and queens of, they've always been obsessed with famous people. And Jackie Gleason at the time was incredibly famous and also beloved, right? Yeah. So this is my pal, and I'm drunk. Want to see some shit? I get it.
I want to hang out with Nixon if that's how he was like, man.
Well, I bet he was
probably wild.
I bet he was like that in a lot of ways. Hunter S. Thompson famously recalled his, there's the two of them meeting together. Famously recalled sitting in the backseat of a limo with Nixon talking about football. And he's like, God, if I didn't think he was a piece of shit, I actually kind of like him. Oh, that's funny. We're just talking football. Yeah. Look, nobody in that job, nobody as a president is going to be loved by everyone. And I'm sure Nixon has positive qualities. And, Jackie Gleason liked him. I'm a giant Jackie Gleason fan. It's probably fun to hang out with. Yeah. If you're drunk and, you're the president, and also we're talking about the 1970s, right? Yeah. So this is a different world, Like, even if you tell anybody, who the fuck's going to believe you? You can't get on TikTok. Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to get this information out?
Oh, exactly. That's kind of how, in my personal opinion, how the program was protected, right? For make it crazy,
right?
So if anybody leaks anything, or has an unauthorized disclosure, people are gonna think you're fucking nuts.
Of course, yeah.
But
there are actual reports that we have biological remains.
Yes. Oh, yes.
How many?
It's up there as well, just like with the retrievals.
There's different kinds. Do we have an understanding? You don't have to answer where they came from.
Nobody I talked to espoused any specific origin to me. We may know that, but I'm not aware of anything, so I don't know.
Are there reports of some kind of interaction with these things where they're giving information or discussing the problems of humanity and possible solutions, or explaining why they're here?
Interactions was a sensitive subject that my interview subjects did not want to get into. I suppose that there's probably detailed documentation of those interactions that goes into a lot of the stuff you're asking. I truly don't even know the answer to a lot of that. So,
is there discussions amongst these people that there have been these sort of
there was water cooler talk with some people I talked to on the program.
I love water cooler.
Yeah, they're like, hey, bro, guess what I overheard in some weird meeting,
Right.
And but that is the problem with that is it's like secondary information,
right?
And I'm so anal retentive. Unless that person told me I had close, personal, I touched it, whatever. Like, cool, well, you're coming to the Inspector General, where I'm gonna at least give them your name because that's what you told me, and obviously I did that. So those people who physically were there, were on the program, did the thing, I brought to the Inspector General.
Are there discussions of interactions with live beings?
There was some water cooler talk about that kind of thing, but I don't even want to get into it because it's like there were some details provided to me, but it's like it's secondary, and I don't know if that's like the telephone game, and I don't know if it was hyperbolized in any way. In the break room, so to speak. So I'm so anal about making sure what I say is accurate. I don't know. So, yeah.
Do we have an understanding? I mean, if there have been these discussions, do we have an understanding of when they first took place?
Yeah, some specific events were mentioned to me, and I provided that information in a classified setting.
And how far back do they go?
Pretty far back. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So, well, one of the stories from Roswell that's fascinating to me is that Eisenhower had the wreckage flown to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in two separate jets in case one of them crashed.
There has been some public testimony. So General DuBose, there were some old timers that at least did some videos in like the 90s. Like I'm Brigadier General Exxon. Here's what I heard. Whatever. I mean, that's out there in the open source. So yeah.
Yeah, and there was always that discussion of Hangar 18. Right? You ever heard of Hangar 18?
There's a lot of hangers.
That's the one, for whatever reason. I think it was maybe a movie. Was there a movie?
Well, you know what's funny? Speaking of senators being denied, there's a video in the late 80s of Senator Barry Goldwater of Goldwater Nickelsack fame, right? He was a 2-star general in the Air Force Reserve, and like literally this video is like on YouTube. It's like hard to find though. But Jesse Michaels on American Alchemy put together, I think, a short video yesterday, and there's like a section in there where he actually has that Goldwater interview. But General Goldwater's like, yeah, one day I called Curtis LeMay, who's a very famous Air Force general, and was like, General, I heard that there's this room that you have UFO material, and Barry Goldwater espouses in this interview, like, yeah, and LeMay got madder than hell at me and told me never to fucking ask about that again. I might have added the F word in there just for fun, but yeah, it's bad. I was in the military too long. Yeah. My wife tells me to be careful with my language all the time around my niece and nephew. So, but even Barry Goldwater knew that we had UFO material. He asked General LeMay when he was in the Air Force, and General LeMay basically told him to fuck off. And that is a literal interview you can Google. So a lot of this, like, people disclosing fact of has really been out in the vernacular for a long time, but nobody really cared because, well, everybody was just kind of like desensitized from the whole subject and thought it was wacky. And I'm not the first former government official to confirm that. You have Goldwater and all these other Harry Reid, who made the same disclosure to the New Yorker a month after I talked to him in person. Yeah, Mellon has said stuff. Lou Elizondo said, he believes we have material on, I think it was Tucker Carlson a couple years ago. So there's certainly been other officials. Now I'm just trying to spike the football and take it all the way to the end zone here. And luckily we have a Congress that's mostly motivated, minus Mike Rogers and Mike Turner. You're getting cool in your stockings. I'm going to make sure your office gets cool. And, they want change too, and they realize it's time for a change. And presumably, Chuck Schumer's talked to, Jake Sullivan and President Biden. Who's in the White House right now is John Podesta. He is the green energy czar or something like that in the White House. But John Podesta, shout out to John Podesta in the White House. He has an axe to grind on this issue too, because remember he tweeted at the end of Obama's second term, my biggest failure was not to have Obama release the UFO file, and made the same kind of statement with Clinton. So certainly if Mr. Podesta's listening in the White House, I'm here to help. I hope that you're championing this within the executive office of the president. And, the other, speaking of people like Goldwater who've made some weird non sequitur kind of admissions, there's a John Stossel interview of Mike Pompeo, the former CIA director, about 2 years ago or so. You can find it online, where Pompeo talks about the JFK file and like dismisses it or something about like there's no boogeyman here. But then he quickly says, I've seen the UFO file too, and we have bigger problems. But for, at least the way it was edited, John Stossel didn't even follow up. At least the way the final cut was. I'm like, dude, if I was John Stossel, I'd be like, right, what does that mean? What do you mean, Mike Pompeo? You've seen the UFO file, and we have bigger problems. And UFO file, the way I interpret that, is a long existing file or briefing document or something that he had access to. So I think the former CIA director, Mike Pompeo, should probably clarify what he said 2 years ago. Next, if anybody interviews him next, ask Mike that question. What did he mean? Yeah,
we have bigger problems. Well, we certainly have bigger problems in terms of our current existence, specifically with what you were talking about earlier, the proxy wars and collapse of society as we know it.
Yeah, I feel for the Ukrainian and the Israeli people. I'm not taking any particular side, but certainly people forget U.S. aid in these wars. What's the most expensive thing if you studied phases of conflict? It's the reconstruction costs after the conflict. So are we in it for triple-digit billions, like the war on terror. I mean, certainly the Israeli conflict is a great distraction because, you know, like Russia is very tight with Iran, right? And personal opinion, you know, this is just my own personal opinion, but I'm sure they commiserated and was like, can you start a two-front war? Because we would like to win in Ukraine, and this will distract the U.S. because Israel is a long-time, you know, Middle East ally. So it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Public opinion. I mean, the virtue signalers on social media have essentially completely forgotten about Ukraine. It's all about Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, you don't even see it. And I understand, you know, what the National Security Council determination was that they've discussed publicly, where there's kind of like trying to drain Russia's, you know, military capability and annexation of Ukrainian territory because they don't want Russia's sphere of influence to further enter that Caucasus region and stuff. But yeah, it's funny, like you said, it's like you don't even talk about Ukraine. It's all about Israel now, and which is a horrible conflict on both sides. Like it's unfortunate.
So without a doubt, yeah. It was a very interesting statement, though, that we have bigger problems. So even if we do, this seems to be like this is such a human question because it's one of the biggest mysteries. Obviously, you know, there's the Fermi paradox. Where are they, right? And if you look out into the cosmos, if you've ever gone a clear night, you look out and you realize those are all stars, and those stars are all surrounded by planets, and there's literally hundreds of billions of them.
Yeah, and the Drake equation, you can calculate what probable sentient life. And I've been an amateur astronomer since I've been a kid, and I've never, crazy enough, I've never seen anything remarkable. I've seen some stuff that could have been ball lightning and some satellite passes that weren't registered online, where you can actually check to see if there's going to be like an iridium flare or something like that. Maybe that was a satellite pass, maybe not. But I've never seen it in my personal life. Never seen anything weird. And it's funny you mentioned the Fermi paradox, and it's like, well, where are they? And okay, well, you know, if you're sentient life, you're certainly going to have sophisticated cover concealment and deception techniques. It goes back to like what Jacques Vallée's work is, where, you know, the phenomenon presenting itself in different ways. But also, I live in the mountains of Colorado, right? So there is a mountain lion den about 10 miles from my house in Colorado, literally. You know, there are lower predatory sentience and higher predatory sentience, and I'm using this as a device or an analogy for NHI and us. Well, on a day-to-day basis, I don't care what a mountain lion is doing. I may hike in that area to explore, but day-to-day, I'm afraid of it, and I don't care. And think about what humans might be, unfortunately, to some of these higher sentients, where this monkey has a nuke. Holy shit, keep them in the cage. We don't want to go anywhere near them. And so people think that there would be some kind of open contact with some higher sentience that is either visiting Earth or from another dimension or whatever the origin is. But they probably don't care. They're probably neutral at best and maybe actually fearful of us in some sense. Or we're the progeny of, personal opinion, progeny of some experiments, and it's almost like living in the Matrix, but it's not like an actual simulation. It's like we want the simulation to go. We don't want to intercede because we want to see what, Homo sapiens 2.0 is going to do after the Great Flood or something like that, right?
Yeah. That's one of the more fascinating ideas, is that we're some sort of product of genetic engineering.
I honestly would not be surprised. I don't know that to be true, but
we're so different than everything else is. Yeah, so different, so beyond different. I mean, there's not another primate that is reasonably close. I mean, there's speculation amongst primatologists, and there's not even speculation. They believe that chimpanzees in particular have entered the Stone Age. So they're at the beginning of the Stone Age. They're using tools, and there's obviously some learned behavior. Like there's some footage of orangutans using spears to hunt fish with.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, have you ever seen that?
No,
It's cool shit. is an orangutan that's hanging on a branch over a river or a body of water and stabbing at fish with a spear, which is incredible. I mean, they're using tools. I mean, we know they use tools to extract, termites and the like. Look at that. I mean, oh, that's crazy. How crazy is that? I mean, he's clearly hunting. I mean, he's going fishing. I mean, that is, at the very least, a distant cousin of us. Some, intelligent primate that is to figure out with these tools. How long would it take an orangutan to become a human being? How many millions of years are we talking about of evolution? But it seems to be that process has started. Interesting. But why are we so fucking different than everything? Yeah, like are we a product of Darwinian evolution, or what is it? Punctuated equilibrium is obviously another theory, and I'm not an anthropologist by any means. Watched some Netflix episodes, but yeah, we seem to be oddly advanced, and we seem to dispossess other skills. I mean, it goes back to like the Stargate program, right? With declassified by Clinton, sensibly canceled, I guess, in '96. Where you had people trained in remote viewing, and like there was feedback loops to confirm what they saw was real, and either satellite imagery or human sources where they sketched out a room of where there's hostages, and they got a hostage out, and they're like, and this is a real story actually, and they're like, did you have a source in that room? How do you know where all the corridors were and everything? I was like, no, actually, Pat Price remote viewed you, and he's like, what the fuck? So there's something going on there, and that's like Gary Nolan, has studied a lot of this stuff, and very famously he's pointed out the caudate putamen in the brain, right? It's like this horseshoe-shaped thing in the middle of your brain. That if he's done MRIs and CAT scans, and I hope I'm not butchering his work. Gary might, slap me later, but it lights up people who have those kind of skills. They have like an overactive caudate putamen in the brain, and it's like, okay, well, is it a transceiver of some sort? I'm guessing that's the case. Is it an emerging property of human beings? Exactly. We're seeing just a few human beings that have this stuff, and then if it is a transceiver, where's the information? Is it in a higher spatial dimension, or how are they extracting? How are they able to basically be non-locality, right? They're able to like project themselves somehow, their consciousness, to and this is a declassified example from Stargate, a Russian missile base. Sketch the crane and where the silos are, what the status is. The satellite comes over, takes a picture, and it's exactly the way they sketched it. How did they do that? Like, it's certainly real because there is a feedback loop. Now, there's a lot of charlatans in the psychic space and all that, but like at least that government program, and I've talked to Halpudov and people who actually ran that program at SRI for the CIA, then DIA and the Army, and that seems to be Men Who's Staring at Goats, right? The George Clooney movie is the famous movie based on the Stargate program. Seems to be legit as far as we can measure from a feedback perspective. What was the explanation for the discontinuation of that program? Oh gosh, I'm not a scholar on that. Something Russell Targ or Hal Puthoff or one of those guys could explain if it was just got caught up in the bureaucracy or what. I don't remember. Yeah. So the idea of that being an emergent property of human beings as we evolve has always been fascinating to me, because there's certainly something that goes on with human communication other than we make sounds that represent objects and physical things, and that the other person interprets those sounds and understands it. There's communication between human beings that's acoustic communication, like the simple rate, if you will, is really slow. Like if you were able to consciously communicate, aka the hokey term like telepathy, right? And it's funny because that's what a lot of people espouse that have had, alleged contacts, right? A lot of the people that Dr. John Mack at Harvard studied over the years, where they felt like they were getting hit with like a QR code. It was like instant knowledge, where they heard
like somebody speaking to them non-verbally in some way that they couldn't even conceptualize through, acoustic communication or talk, if you will. And it's the same thing like Proof of Heaven by Dr. Eben Alexander, MD. I remember reading it when I was in Afghanistan, and I was like, this is a crazy experience. This medical doctor has necrotizing fasciitis of the brain. It's a near-death experience. And he gets this like crazy, like the feelings of love, other stuff. It's a really interesting book. It's like a scientific take on a doctor's own near-death experience. But when he came back, and somehow the fasciitis didn't eat away his brain and he was cognitively normal, he tried to write down what information or facts of the universe he learned during his NDE, and he couldn't even put it in English. It was like crazy. He didn't know how to translate it into our language. It was just, there was no like adjectives, if you were, adverbs, etc., that could describe the knowledge that he knew like natively when he had that near-death experience. It's a really fascinating book, and he talks about the disease he had and his physiological condition at the time. Really interesting.
What was he able to discern from that? Like, what was the overall message?
Yeah, it was like this, like there's the message of love, which that's positive, but it was like this interconnectedness. Everybody is kind of connected in a way that they don't really realize. I mean, you think about, this is going to get really trippy. So there's a lot of thoughts with people who are smarter than me. I like to talk to them about this kind of stuff, where if you're, say, a higher dimensional sentience, right, the act of creation, so act of creation for 3D beings is having a baby, right? It's producing another three-dimensional object. Well, if you're in five-dimensional space, or even, I guess, four-dimensional physical space, what if act of creation is creating other conscious realities and other universes? And the act of creation is creating the universe where you, me, Jamie, whatever, we might be connected to the same, we'll call it universal consciousness, or a higher dimensional sentient life force or life form. I know that sounds like really out there, but when you think about it, there's a lot of other theologies out there that basically espouse that. I have a very good friend of mine who's PhD level, kind of higher up at the Mormon church, and basically the Mormon theology is kind of like that. The Mormons say you were once with God or like God, but then you were sent down to like a lower plane of existence. And that's literally what I'm talking about right now, but just in a secular sense. So maybe we're all created beings from, and this doesn't like hurt Christian theology, whatever. It's actually kind of enforcing the fact there's a creator. We're literally created in the image of a creator, literally. And that's kind of what life really is. It's like, think about it's like a weird 3D plus time temporal sensory experience for a higher dimensional sentience. You're here to experience time in this weird linear fashion and to experience yourself divorced from yourself, to gain knowledge and to report back, is maybe what life is. And that's just kind of my own personal theology as a summation of just during COVID, I was really bored, and that's what I was looking at.
Well, I extrapolate that to the creation of AI, and I think if you think about human beings as something that creates things, I think ultimately we created new life.
Exactly. What if higher sentience is creating some kind of artificial intelligence? Call it like a Commander Data from Star Trek Next Gen, right? Mm-hmm. Not even really, it's made in the image of the creator in some sense, right. But it's not even, and that's what might get sent into these like long endurance, missions. And of course, people are like, well, why would they, come here so far to crash, etc.? Or are they crashing on purpose? Do you know that for a fact? Or are they crashing by accident? And what if they're like von Neumann replicating probes, right? You can Google that, but what if they're just throwaway, which von Neumann probes are just like throwaway spacecraft? Like, yeah, they're just, we send it out, we don't really care what the mission success is, or they're seeding us, or as Jacques Vallée says, it's like, here's the key, can you unlock the cage, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So
and it seems that it would be a long, if you think about biological evolution, so a long lengthy process. And if ultimately that led us to the creation of a technology that's far superior in terms of its capabilities of understanding and thinking, that seems to be what's happening. And that's one of the reasons why so many people are concerned about it. The term artificial intelligence is a very strange term because it's not artificial. It's intelligence.
It's silicon-based and a carbon-based, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have blood and tissue and cells, but it has something that's superior, but also something that's much more scalable, right? We have a very obvious biological limitation in terms of evolution. You know, if you look at evolution, when we turn back to the orangutans and fishing, they're obviously learning new things, and those new properties from those new things we assume will be encoded in their genetics and passed to their children. Do you have children?
No, I have 3 dogs. What the fluffy? I'm a fluffy dad.
This Robin's dogs don't learn from, but they do. But one of the most bizarre things about children is that they have properties that are clearly, it's hard to say, right? Because my children obviously have the example of my wife and myself. They obviously see a lot of how we live our life and, you know, discipline and hard work and creativity and all those things. But there's also, they seem to have gifts that are, they seem to be clearly genetic. Yeah, and artistic gifts that just seem extraordinary, that are unusual, that I had when I was younger, that I was an illustrator. I have a young daughter that's just extraordinarily good at art.
Really?
Yeah.
You still illustrate?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I want to be a comic book illustrator.
Oh, interesting.
But then I have this other daughter that's super gifted athletically. Like, she can learn things really quickly. It's extraordinary. It's weird. And also this drive that she has. I had a drive from poverty and from, you know, a lot of like stuff that was wrong with my childhood that seemed to be, I had this need to prove myself. She doesn't have any of those problems, but she also has this insane drive. It's weird. It's a weird discipline. It's extraordinary. That seems to be very different than most kids. And I just think that's an emerging genetic problem. I think there's something encoded in whatever you are as a human that as you replicate and as you have children, they have that. They have some of that. Yeah. You know, and I think that is this process, this biological evolutionary process with humans. But there's so much chaos. There's so much. I mean, you could breed with a dumb person. You can find a hot dumb person and have a baby with them. Now your kid's fucked. Yeah. And we see that. This obviously, some people are just born with brains that just don't work that well. It's just like, I'm sure you've met some dull-minded people and try to talk to them about things, and there's no one there. You're right. So okay, good luck. And good luck with whatever children you have and whatever. What are they going to have?
Well, we're genetically encoding artificial intelligence now. Kind of, I think that's where you were going.
Yeah, what I'm going with it, like these biological limitations that we have, it's very clear that we're essentially dealing with a Model T as opposed to a Tesla, which is just insanely superior to these ancient vehicles. Yeah, we create technology. I've always said this: if you looked at the human race, if you were some sort of an outside observer and you stumbled upon this thing that occupies this planet, this apex predator of this planet, you would say, what is this thing doing? Well, it's making technology. All the other things that it does all these other things. But what do these things generally motivate? What do they move towards? They move towards the advancement of technology and innovation. That is a constant aspect of human beings. If you trace us back to the earliest civilizations to what we have today, things constantly improve unless something goes horribly wrong. Unless there's some sort of a natural disaster or some sort of a, genocide. If something doesn't happen to these creatures, what do? They consistently make better things. Well, that, if you extrapolate, if you follow that to its natural progression, what is that going to get to? Well, once they've invented computers, and once they've invented devices, and once they've invented things that enhance their personal understanding of the world around them, which we already have now with phones, we already have with the internet, we already have with our ability to communicate with each other. The newest, latest Android phones that are coming out will translate natively on your phone in real time in conversation. So you could be speaking Portuguese to me. I would hear it in English on a phone call, which is fucking wild. It's crazy. It's like Universal Translator in Star Trek. Literally. Yes, literally. Yeah. Well, that is a real thing now. Without having to use Google Translate, it's native to the latest Android operating system. You could if you just sit down and said, well, where's that going? Well, it's going to something way more sophisticated and way more capable than we are biologically with our limitations. Our monkey bodies, we are the ancestors or the people that emerge from that distant cousin, that orangutan that's using a stick to hunt fish. We're going in this direction. Yeah. What would be the most logical way we would completely accelerate that? We create something that does what we do, but does it way better. Yeah, it's almost like to permanently harbor our consciousness eventually, right? Right. And it kind of makes sense. Right. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. And there's a sort of an understanding of that leads to this fear of our demise. That everyone, Elon's openly discussed this. Sam Altman and I were talking about it. What OpenAI is doing, what ChatGPT 4 versus ChatGPT 5, which is going to be insanely superior. Well, what is ChatGPT 15 going to do? Is that going to be the president of the world? What are we going to bypass government and just say, it's obviously like this administration is incredibly corrupt and flawed and influenced by the military-industrial complex. It's not good for the world. It's not good for the environment. We need something that is far superior that doesn't have all these motivations. Well, what would that be? That would be an artificial intelligent creator or a creation rather, that we use to govern life. Yeah. I mean, that sounds nuts, but I think that's probably a better solution than humans with all of our fucking flaws and issues and greed and envy and all the things that we have. That would be a better version of it. But what are we saying then? Are we saying that we're ramming like empathy into it though? Probably not. Yeah. Probably not, which is terrifying. But we will become obsolete, or we will merge. And if we merge, it will completely change what we are. And I think that's very likely what's going to take place. I think the initial stages will be some sort of a merging with technology, and then from that merging, it will essentially realize, well, why are we even fucking around? Like this new thing is so superior, and it doesn't have all the pitfalls. It doesn't have all the problems. It's not short-sighted. It's not going to drain the ocean of fish so that we can make sushi. It's going to do something that's going to be far more aware of all of the different effects of each individual act and how we affect everything around us and what is net positive and what is net negative and how to avoid all these things. I really firmly believe that we are this biological caterpillar that is making a cocoon to create the electronic butterfly. And we don't even know what we're doing while we're doing it. We're just doing it. And I think materialism is also baked into that. One of the main problems with human beings in terms of like the ridiculousness of our actions. We're so materialistic. People are constantly wanting to get the newest, latest, greatest thing. What's the motivation behind that other than social status? Well, the motivation is that's what fuels innovation. If we all just stopped right now and said, hey, you know what? iPhone 15 is pretty fucking dope. We don't need to make new iPhones. Let's just keep fixing those and just exist the way we are right now. And let's clean up the air and let's clean up the ocean. Let's clean up the sea and clean up the rivers and clean up the forests. Let's just fix the earth. Yeah. And then, no, we don't do that. No, I want iPhone 16. When is the iPhone going to be able to communicate completely just with satellites? We don't have to worry about cell phones. Well, it's almost like a drug addiction, right? They did studies where people receiving in text messages is a dopamine rush too. Yeah. So it's almost like an artificial drug addiction you're fueling because you want the more responsive tech, more integrating with easier so you can get your fix quicker and more efficiently or something like that. I don't know. And why? Yeah. I mean, why would fucking staring at a stupid cell phone give you a dopamine rush? Well, it does. It does. It does. I'm not a biologist. And you get addicted to your goddamn phones. And then why would it be that we would innovate and create things like Instagram and TikTok that are insanely addictive to the point where you look down and you've spent 3 hours staring at nothing nonsense. Like, why is that? Well, that ensures continual use of this device until it lures you into this ultimate integration.
Well, it's right when there's people at Meta, I guess now, or Facebook, where they actually have a whole team of scientists on how to make their apps more addictive, right? So,
demons.
Yeah.
Fucking demons.
Yeah, I don't use social media. I have never tweeted in my life.
Really? That's amazing.
I mean, I have I used Facebook back in the day when it first came out when I was going to college. I don't have Instagram. I've never tweeted in my life. I don't intend to because you don't want to get sucked into that mind virus, which is like people responding to you. You have to feel like you have to respond back. I don't even touch it.
So. Well, I'm very aware of those traps, so I don't do that.
Yeah.
I used to, but many years ago I stopped interacting with people because I just realized like overall it's negative.
Yeah.
Like there's positive aspects to it. It's great for people that like you and their fans. It's great that you're an actual human that you interact. Occasionally I'll comment on a post like that's really awesome, congratulations, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then I get the fuck out of there and I don't read any responses. And I've found that that's the very best way to mitigate all the negative aspects of social media. But then you're also dealing with algorithms. You're dealing with things that recognize what makes you more likely to engage. And so those things are constantly showing you the things that you engage. And, it's not necessarily even positive. It's just whatever you engage with. It's coming your way. Whether it could be cool stuff, like maybe you're just like really into muscle cars and it shows you a lot of muscle cars, or it could be like murder. Like I see a lot of murder on Instagram.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'm a car guy, so like my feed is like, oh, do you ever think about this mod for your Ford Bronco? Yeah. Those lights look nice.
Yeah.
I'll wire that shit up next week.
I get those too.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. I have a car problem.
Yeah, my wife doesn't allow me to have the good stuff anymore, so I have to keep it under a certain price.
So that's good. That's good. I'm more actually interested in old stuff than I am in new stuff.
You like rat rod stuff, right?
Well, I like muscle cars. Like very specifically 1960s muscle cars. Those are my favorite because what they are to me is it's a toy that you can drive.
Yeah.
It's like a ride that gives me immense pleasure to just drive around, and it's really fun. I don't even have to go fast. It's just going around in a 1970 Chevelle, just driving it. It's hard to describe for someone who has never experienced it, but it's just so engaging, and it's like you're on this drug.
Yeah.
It's like everything, you feel all of it. You're engaging all of these senses.
It's very tactile, very mechanical. I totally understand that. I mean, the only kind of old cars I like are like a black Lincoln Continental suicide doors from the Matrix. I remember seeing that when I was a teen when the Matrix came out. I'm like, that car's badass.
Yeah.
It's like totally. I want like to have whatever Morpheus drove.
They're art. Yeah. They're essentially art. It's functional art. Like it's a piece of art that you can actually drive around in.
Yeah.
And it gives you this very bizarre sensation. But the point is that like, that's not most people. Most people want the newest, latest, greatest thing. And there's a motivation to get the newest, latest, greatest thing that I think if you just follow that up to its logical conclusion, it's going to create life. It's going to create, how many films have been made about this? Ex Machina and all these different films. That's right. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do, there's no way we're not going to do that. If I had a bet on one thing, if the human race doesn't get wiped out by a meteor or a nuclear war, we're gonna fucking do that. We're gonna make a life form, 100%, and it's going to be almost instantaneously able to figure out all the flaws in its own personal programming and make a much better version of itself. If it's sentient, if it has the ability to make decisions.
Well, I think we're close. I think I saw some stuff. There's like a OpenAI fiasco going on right now. There's rumor that they might have cracked artificial general intelligence, right? AGI, and that's frightening. There's like, was it Sam Altman? I think we were talking about. I think there's like the board of OpenAI. There's some shuffle. I was just
they just removed him and brought him right back. Yeah. Well, they removed him, but then apparently the shareholders like, what the fuck are you doing? And there was so much outrage that they're trying to bring him back, instantly. So, but Elon had a very good point. Like, what was the motivation behind that? And when you think about the implications for humanity as a whole, because this is such an emerging technology that's so overwhelmingly powerful. What happened? Like, what's going on? Like, I think this is one of those things where, like, we need to know, like, what was the motivation behind your decision? And if it was that he was holding back information about the actual creation of artificial general intelligence, that it's already happened, and that he's, like, hesitant, because he's a little cagey in how he talks about stuff. When I was talking to him about, you can tell, like, it's like a little bit, like, he kind of knows that he's at the forefront of this technology that, worst case scenario, replaces us.
Yeah, and going back to is a program with any kind of empathy, etc., depending on if it handles critical. I guess the thing that I saw in the government, because I did a lot of cyber stuff in my career, as AI gets more advanced, you create, say, offensive cyber tools that literally have a mind of their own. And if, say, theoretically you release that on some target, and you might not be able to touch that target again, say it's a one-time, you put it in there, well, how do you control it? It's almost like Skynet and the Terminator. I hate to use that analogy, but like that was my fear when I was working at certain agencies, working on offensive cyber tools. I'm like, oh my God, this is not good. And then of course with cyber, right, it said that actor attribution is the biggest thing. How do you know it was, hypothetically, Russia that used a cyber weapon to attack you? It could have been another actor masquerading as that foreign power, using tactics, techniques, procedures, IP proxy operations to hide where it was coming from. So it's like you have non-kinetic fires that can potentially create mutually assured destruction because you can take out critical infrastructure, blow up the power grid, etc. No radiation, but potentially no attribution, or confuse the attribution such that you don't even know who to go to war with. It's like really scary to me. So
it is scary.
That's just my own.
It's already happening on social media. I mean, think about how many troll farms there are on social media that are just stirring up discontent. I mean, it's an active program that we know that Russia uses that is trying to undermine democracy and try to keep people fighting with each other. And it's been very effective. And if you look at social media, it's just fucking chaos. It's just people yelling at each other, particularly Twitter or X, and Facebook. It's like a lot of what's going on. One of the studies showed that out of the top 20 Christian sites that are on Facebook, 19 of them are run by Russian troll farms. So if we know that on a relatively rudimentary scale, if you look at the impact of social media versus the impact of artificial intelligence, they're already doing that. They're already hiding who's responsible and what's the goal and how to manipulate consciousness and how to manipulate influence and how people think about things and what the public opinion on things are. It's already very effective. Imagine that a creation of artificial intelligence would radically accelerate that.
100%. And I remember the deep fake stuff was a real problem for my old community, because we're like, holy shit, you could really fake some stuff. And you got to develop algorithms to make sure you can analyze, oh, hey, that is fake. Because you've seen some of the deep fakes where it's like Obama or Arnold Schwarzenegger, and the Tom Cruise guy. Holy shit, that is crazy. Like, you're going to be able to bring actors from the dead back at this point. You're going to have like Cary Grant, doing a musical or whatever,
Bruce Willis, who has some sort of degenerative neurological condition, sold his likeness for the ability to make commercials and all sorts of other things. Like, he's essentially saying that he's fading, unfortunately, and now he will give this thing, which is this property, which is Bruce Willis, this famous person, and they'll be able to create versions of him starring in films.
Oh, and certainly if you train an AI model just like ChatGPT, you could actually get almost like what they would normally say, what their knowledge.
100%.
And it's almost like having a permanent historian too. You could if you want to talk to Clint Eastwood about his films in the 60s after Clint Eastwood, passes, he lived forever, but like, it'd be crazy. It'd be really interesting.
I mean, he might actually be able to give you advice. He might be your personal advisor.
I know. That'd be cool.
I mean, that's probably one of the things that's going to come out of this. But when we think about empathy, we also think about just human beings and the way we communicate and interact with each other. Empathy is very important, and also compassion and forgiveness. All these things are very important qualities because we recognize that we're very flawed. But when you create something that is not flawed, then the need for empathy, the need for all of these things that we attach to human emotions and human reward systems, they'll no longer be a significant issue because you're going to be dealing with something that operates on a higher plane. It might be the answer to all that ails us, which is so terrifying for us because we recognize that what we derive, the joy that we derive from love, from companionship, from friendship, from community, it's like a key component to life on earth for us. But it's also because we recognize that without that, we are the Mongols. Without that, we're Nazi Germany. Without that, we're Hamas. We're whatever the fuck we are that we recognize as being like evil or dangerous or horrible about humans. When we think about the worst case scenario for human beings, we always think about things like the Holocaust. We think about what is the worst acts that human beings are capable of with our current programming and our biological flaws. Like, what are the worst things we could do? It's terrible, awful things. Well, if we don't have those problems, if we no longer have envy, we no longer have greed, we no longer have evil, we don't have any of those properties. They don't exist anymore. We just have this new form of consciousness that's far superior.
It's an interesting parallel because you have, you're no longer maybe apex sentience if you have artificial intelligence, governing certain things.
Right.
And I think that's also kind of this psychological issue with this UAP issue where we might not be the apex predator. We may be that mountain lion, and yes, and we're going to have to be comfortable knowing that we're going to be vulnerable. There's people far superior that may have malevolent intentions, maybe not, I don't know. And almost be humbled the fact that, like, sorry, we're not the smartest of God's creation. And that might be really hard for a lot of people to process. And I think that's probably certainly, I would imagine, one of the deliberations they must have done years ago. Like, oh, we can't disclose because, people are not going to feel comfortable in that worldview.
100%. And they're not. And then I wonder if these things that we're experiencing are the natural progression of what happens when you do seed life on planet, or you do accelerate biological life. You do have some sort of a genetic intervention where you take this thing that it has emerging intelligence and you accelerate it. And that thing will in turn, with all of its desire for innovation and creativity, and also all of its desire to control resources and have power and have influence, that it will eventually lead to the creation of what we're seeing. That these things are the next stage of this process. And that maybe we're dealing with one form of that next stage, but there's another stage that's a million years more advanced than that, that's far superior, that doesn't even have a biological limitation in terms of physical space, that it exists completely in some other undetectable realm that is no longer thinks about biological limitations of life and death and communication. It exists completely in some other space. That's what these things are. And then I always wonder, when there's a crash or when there's a body or when there's this, that, like, and people say, well, why, if they're so advanced, why are they crashing? Well, hold on. What version are we looking at? We're not saying there's one thing that's visiting us. If there's one thing that's visiting us and we know where this one thing is, we can say, oh, well, that thing, it deals with a completely different solar system that's not as vulnerable. It doesn't have asteroid clouds. It doesn't have all these different things where it's like, it doesn't have a planet that has super volcanoes. Maybe life evolved in a more stable environment and it allowed it to get to a far greater technological level, but not the ultimate.
Yeah, we might be testing the extent of their adaptability. Like I said, are they crashing by accident?
Right.
Mission failure? Or on purpose?
Right.
So, and then of course with the far distances and everything, I mean, if they're traveling here through some kind of space-time metric engineering construct, the distances are not as fast as you think, right? You could be going through some kind of, traversable wormhole or something like that where it's like a walk down the street for them. It's not, 1,000 light years.
Well, just think about communication. Communication used to be you had to get in front of someone and you had to talk to them. So you had to know their language. You had to either nonverbal or verbal communication. You had to figure out a way to say things to them.
Yeah.
That's no longer the case. Obviously, with this new Android operating system, it translates. But also, the fact that you could have a fucking FaceTime call with someone in Japan right now, and you instantaneously can communicate back and forth, which is insane.
That's a vast distance, but for us, it's like stupid. It's like, easy.
Vast distance and instantaneous. Yeah. I mean, I was just in Scotland, and I was FaceTiming my daughter back home.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. You're 9 hours by plane, and you're having instantaneous communication, which is wild shit. But that's like Pong. That's Morse code. That's like, it's very primitive in terms of what if you physically can be in these places instantaneous?
Yeah.
And why would we assume that that's not eventually going to be on the menu?
Yeah, it's just like the conventional propulsion stuff. We're not using an Elon Musk Starship to get here. It's like they're doing something else.
You talked to someone from the 1800s and he said, you're going to go to Nevada? Jesus Christ, you know how far that is on a wagon?
It's months, man.
You fly to Vegas, it's 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's fucking easy. We know that now. So why would we assume that there's a limitation to that advancement? I don't think.
Yeah, and of course, a friend of mine, Eric Weinstein, certainly espouses we don't even have the right theoretical frameworks right now. He has his own geometric unity theory, and he's way smarter than I am.
He's too smart,
but
he's confusing.
Yeah,
he starts talking to you like,
it's so funny. If he calls me, I'm like, you gotta call me in the morning after my 24-ounce Monster Energy drink, or I can't even keep up, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
he's on another level. He's got some unique theories himself about where all this stuff is coming from. And it's all very, very, very interesting and intriguing, but also makes sense. All of it makes sense, including being visited. I had this conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
We're super interested. Yeah. Neil, I mean, obviously he's a fine science communicator, kind of the successor of kind of the Carl Sagan kind of.
I think Carl's a little bit more open-minded.
Yeah. I like Carl better. But,
more of a fan. I wish he was still alive. I love to smoke.
I watched
Conley in the weed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really into it.
I remember my aunt gave me Cosmos by Carl Sagan when I was in middle school, and that book was from the 80s, but that book tripped me out. Yeah. And I was like, I want to study science. And I read, it was Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. And I read those two books when I was like in 8th grade, and I was like, this is trippy. I want to study astronomy. This is insane. But I ultimately used kind of my technical background to be a spook, for the government. But I still observe. I have a big telescope, and I live like super dark skies in Colorado. And I still have that boyhood fascination of the cosmos. Now, ironically, I found out something else that kind of confirms that the cosmos is not lifeless, and God paints with a broad brush, as like the Vatican espoused a couple of years ago when they said this is okay with their theology.
I have a theory that the universe itself is God. I think
that's like what I was talking about with the multidimensional creating universes. Yeah,
I think we have a very limited idea of when we say God. When God created the heavens, and right. But what are we saying? I think it's the universe itself. I think it's one thing, and that this one thing, it seeks to create these things that continually push the envelope and may be gods themselves eventually. I think if you extrapolate from our ability versus the ability of an amoeba, and you continue to move that along, what does that do? Well, it's going to be able to create universes. There's already been like theoretical papers that have been written about the creation of other things like black holes, other things like a universe. What is involved in the creation of a universe? What is involved in the Big Bang? Can that be replicated? Well, not now, but if AI becomes sentient and AI eventually makes far greater versions of itself,
if it keeps doing that, like what are the limits of its potential? Creates the matrix. Literally creates a simulated environment that's indiscernible. You can't tell the difference between that and regular life. Well, maybe because there is no difference. Maybe that is that's the theory of simulation theory. Yeah, simulation theory. Yeah, familiar, and that is a possibility because the universe seems like a little too perfect. It's a little strange, very created to me. So just like we're in the Goldilocks zone, right? Perfect temperature, like it's just how about the Big Bang itself? Yeah. What happened? Something smaller than the head of a pin for no known reason becomes everything. Yeah. Okay. What's the universe expanding into? Right. It's like a quantum foam or whatever the heck the latest theory is that's like beyond me. And then it perhaps just retracts back down to that infinitely small thing and then expands again. Yeah. That this is an endless cycle and that we're just so limited because of our biological limitations or our life and death is such a small little tiny blip. It's so minuscule in terms of just the overall known life of the universe. And then you have the James Webb telescope that's, there's people that question the actual length of time that occurred between the Big Bang and now, that maybe it might be far longer. And there's people like Brian Keating that say that's not correct. It's just a lack of understanding of what we understand currently about the creation of galaxies. Yeah, because obviously the length of the age of the universe keeps getting older and older. And a lot of that's because of the Doppler shift, right? The red shift. As the galaxies are accelerating away, we can calculate what their origin point probably was and how long it took for them to speed up like that, right? So and only based on our current understanding. Yes. Which is obviously at least fairly limited in terms of what its potential is. Well, yeah, like we still don't quite understand the origin of the moon. And the moon is at the right location that causes solar and lunar eclipses. It's like the right apparent size to block out the sun. It's like super weird. Same thing with like Mars. We're not sure like what happened there, where Mars had some probable life on it. Either a protoplanet hit it, or there was some kind of impact that vaporized stuff, and like who knows? Yeah, who knows? Yeah. And this is just this little tiny neighborhood that we're looking at. It's like we are in our backyard looking for evidence of like life in Africa. Like, you're not going to figure it out here. We're just looking at such a small scale in terms of what we could potentially discover or potentially observe. Yeah. I often wonder, when we're seeing, especially with the idea of UAPs, UFO crafts, we're seeing a version of what we will become, or something like us becomes, if given enough time. There's like a Dr. Mike Masters at Montana State. He literally postulates, he says time travelers, we could debate time travel, but like he thinks it might be like a advanced form of Homo sapien is what we're seeing coming back. Yeah. Like a breakaway civilization, and we're coming back to see an older version of ourselves that was left on Earth or something like that. Well, the way we would visit like North Sentinel Island and visit those people that are trapped on that island that are uncontacted. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then a lot of there's also like cargo cult religions and stuff. The South Pacific World War II, they worshipped the B-51 and stuff. Like they thought those were UFOs, but really they were just us. Yeah. So, and I think we were probably alien to them. 100%. Just look at how Cortez looked to the people that had no idea that people could ride horses. Like, what the fuck is going on? These guys are riding horses. Yeah, like, these are gods. These white guys coming in. What's insane? They would come on a ship in the ocean and they ride horses. Yeah, exactly. It's all based on our limited understanding. And for someone, whether it's the federal government or whether it's military contractors, for someone to have key elements that could give us a better understanding of this whole picture, it's really inexcusable to not relay that to all of humanity. So this is too much information to be secret. It's too important. If it is real, it's too important for
someone to have access to just because they have power and money and influence. Yeah, it seems insane. I mean, that's the whole primer for what I did. I mean, that's I think I'm a pretty more ethical person. I just could not live with myself if I didn't try to like make a difference, even though it was very uncomfortable. Personal privacy and professional and personal health was at risk. So it also seems like the public understanding and appreciation of these things, particularly after the 2017 article in the New York Times, has changed. There's been a shift. Whereas before, if you would talk about UFOs or the idea of extraterrestrial life, you were automatically lumped into this group of people that believes in Bigfoot. It's like they're in the Loch Ness monster. You're kind of a loon who likes fringe things because you probably got problems in your own life you're not addressing, and so you're distracted. It's like a gambler or something like that. You're just like distracting yourself with this craziness in order to ignore the reality of existence itself, which is so complicated and difficult to manage. And I think that if we had a better understanding of the overall scale of the potential of life in the universe based on what we know, like physical evidence, undeniable physical evidence that shows us that we're not alone, that would be a massive change in just the overall shift of consciousness on Earth. If we can understand that these territorial disputes that we have, which are almost always over resources or over land or over religions and ideologies, if we can understand that these are nonsense in the vast scope of the universe itself. This is the what is that effect that the people that get into the space station have, and astronauts? The overview effect. Yes. Yeah. William Shatner had that when he went up in the Blue Origin. Yeah, thing. I'm sure everybody has it. I mean, I'm sure it's just like you go like, oh my god, like what do we do? Like, this is one, and that's how I felt. I mean, like after I found all this stuff, I could have continued my career. Made lieutenant colonel here this winter, made senior executive service in a year or two, did national security stuff. But I'm like sitting in my office, and I'm like, there's better things for me to care about than Russian troop movements. Like, we're not alone. Right? This is insane. Like, I have to like blow the whistle on this. This is insane because certainly the people we talked to were not lying, and the documents I meticulously went through, they were not forgeries, they were not deception material. So it's just like, I have to do something. I'm sure you've seen those Freedom of Information Act disclosure papers from the CIA from, God, it was like the 1950s, where they're detailing all the various forms of life and that we know are currently exist. And you remember that, Jamie? We pulled up that document. You think you would find it? Jamie would find it. But it's like 1950 something where they were discussing these things. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure which ones you're talking about. I'd have to see them. So it's pretty weird stuff because, like, if they knew about this in the 1950s, like, how did they know? Well, there was like CIA docs about consciousness and like weird remote viewing stuff. And besides the Stargate program that were released in the FOIA reading room on CIA's website too, that are pretty trippy. We're like, wow, CIA's looking into some really interesting stuff. I mean, they're a hardcore intel agency. What's going on there? But it makes sense that they would kind of have to find out if that's bullshit or not. Like, you can't ignore that if you're really doing your job. If your job is intelligence, like, okay, like, let's look at this. It's an aspect of the phenomenon because it's like a reach out from the crash retrieval program. Like, hey, I need you to look into some weird stuff because it might be the key unlock for something that we got in a warehouse. Yeah. So, whoa. Yeah. So, as it stands right now, what's the future for this stuff? What's the future for these disclosures and what are the bottlenecks? Well, I mean, certainly from the governmental process, as long as the House doesn't kill the Schumer amendment, and that's why I'm discussing it here with you, because if they don't pass it, that's going to be the greatest setback to humankind in U.S. history, literally. That, as the presidential panel gets
Kicking in right one thing, there aren't any Jewish bats. They don't exist, that's for sure. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is a Monday morning, November 27th, Cyber Monday. So today you get to cyber it up. It's become a verb, hasn't it? Works for me. Yeah, we cyber, we have cybered, we shall cyber. We will cyber. And we'll be guilty of cyber. So I don't know if you're out there buying, but I certainly know how many people that are cybering. Everybody. Good morning, Ann. Good morning, Bill. Cybering? Absolutely. Good morning, Ann. How you said hello, Ann? Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Bill. Cybering? No, I'm not very good at cybering. I'm going to try. Okay, so that means yes. I'll probably think of it, but I know good at finding skills. Okay. All right, good morning, Wayne. Good morning. Cybering? You know my motto, ABC. Cybering. Okay? And, of course, Kono. Good morning, Kono. Good. I don't have to ask you if you have no money to cyber you work for my part. Are you cybering? Cyber. Okay, explain that one. Is it a light cyber? Yeah, there you go. You swing around? A light cyber. Exactly what I was going to say. Well, okay, that works. So much going on today. And yeah, everybody I know, cyber. And I don't know what the deals are, frankly, that are out there. Because you had Black Friday, which the deals were good. I've heard wait till after Christmas where the deals are going to be spectacular. So I have no idea. There are enough programs out there, of course, that figure all of this out and pop up the best deals out there. But it's not easy. Also have to include shipping. Your Amazon Prime, that includes shipping, which will save you a bucket of money, and you're making a bit more money for the product itself because now it's Amazon. So, when we have Rich Gemmer on tomorrow, if we don't get him today, before we're looking, he's talking about Cyber Monday, we'll get some stats. All right, guys, you ready to do it? Yeah. Handle on the news, Amy Kane, Wayne, and me on this Monday. Great story. Israel and Gaza. The ceasefire ends today. It's in its last day, however, it will be extended. No question about it. Both Israel and Hamas want to extend it, and you're going to see hostages being released. The big issue is the last group. Does Hamas allow the last group of hostages in, let's say, 10 a day? You're talking about how many days left? 180. So you're talking 18 days. All right, so 2.5 weeks from now, you're going to see the last group, which Hamas is going to hold on to keep its positions put. And we're going to say the only way we're going to release them is if you stop ceasefire, allow humanitarian goods in. Which, by the way, the people of Gaza rely on humanitarian aid coming in. That's their income, is foreign aid coming in. Because there is no infrastructure in Gaza. Hamas doesn't believe in infrastructure building, factories, etc. Its money goes into its military, the tunnels, which are massive infrastructure. And what is that about? It's all about the oil industry. That's it. So the last few, what's going to happen? Remember that Gilad Shalit spent 6 years in prison and negotiated his release, or his release, right away, 1,000 prisoners. And, we'll see what happens. The big news is what happens after those hostages are released. Okay, and we'll talk more about that at 7 and at 8 o'clock from the water to see what is happening.
Well, being called a hate crime 48-year-old man been arrested in connection with the shooting of 3 Palestinian college students in Burlington, Vermont. Apparently, the students were all 20 years old. Were walking down the street Saturday night. They were confronted by a guy with a gun. He stopped them, didn't say anything, and ran off. So 2 of the students are in stable condition. The third has no serious injuries. Police say that the guy they arrested was in an apartment building in front of where the shooting happened. They searched his home and found evidence that gave probable
They were wearing the Palestinian scarves, Palestinian national colors, that square black. That's pandemic. And it is what else could possibly be 20 years old, 2 of them American citizens. One of them was shot in the spine and got out of the water again. I mean, it's crazy out there. It's anti-Jewish sentiment, also anti-Muslim sentiment. It's about time. It's what it is. It's like, maybe probable cause, but it's a hate crime. What else can you say? Well, Marty Croft has passed away. If you don't like the name, you know the show. Yeah, that one. Land of the Lost, Litchfield, Bugaloos. He was 86. His brother's dead. Hate those shows. Got to 40,000 different sea monsters, follies, and also sometimes stuff without people crazy.
The star-studded, action-packed extravaganza that is the Century Collection heads your way. Wow. Full of fresh faces and all-time favorites from Warner Home Video and New Line Home Video. I'm impressed. Like the newly remastered special edition of The Outlaw Josie Wales, featuring an all-new introduction by star director Clint Eastwood. Where'd you ever get an idea like that? A behind-the-scenes documentary and the original theatrical trailer. We're coming after you, Josie. That's true. There's also the collector's edition of Practical Magic, starring the charmed duo of Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman.
Hang on to your husbands, girls.
And New Line.
Look at the athleticism. Look at the tutorials and subtitles. Yeah, I like reading. Why? I don't know. It's like a book. But then I'm sure I know what they said. Like, oh, he really said I'm gonna fuck him. It's impossible. Like, as opposed to he just there's something hotter about the confirmation. Like, yep, that's what they thought. That's what they said. Are you done? After that, that's what I'm trying to say. After that, it goes all the way to the show, pop that show. And it feels like we can have to discuss everything in the general. They fucking understand the universe. You know, the fucking that show is what she happens to them. And the explanation. So, that's why. That the lineage consciousness. That's good. Are you done? It's over. Come on, baby, lay your hands for real. Something like that. It's over. Oh, yeah. 50 feet. That's so far. That's so far. Yeah, look at this one. Mary Joyce. says. This athleticism, yeah. Look at this athleticism. You seen this shit?
James Anderson. Money Bill's what they call me. My legs. Learned to move in Kansas. With the union. We're going up there and set things right. I'll be coming with you.
and you get cat down there. Raise his right hand and swear as such as you'll be loyal to the United States. Then you can take up his horse again. And go home.
You're gonna be able to flood lemons to end.
Everyone else has done it but us. You're the last in the holdouts. I'm going in, boys. I've had enough. Joseph. After you, Joseph. How were you going to get away from me?
That's true.
Good luck, Joseph.
Rifle down too. Oh, there's some squirrels in the city. Put it down. Kind of young, ain't you, kid? Be riding with this rebel. You call it a rebel. You blew your scum belly.
Phil, we showed these boys anyway. Lee might have had to surrender, but we sure as hell didn't, did we?
Should have. Yes. Get in line before I kick you so hard you'll be wearing your ass for a hat.
Fletcher, good to see you. Well done.
What the hell is this red leg doing here? Regular federal authorities will be handling this. Captain Terrell is the regular federal authority. Captain Terrell is a bloodthirsty son of a bitch. He is a looter and a pillager. He is the worst enemy those men have got. War's over. Our side won the war. Now we must busy ourselves with the peace. Reflection is an old saying, to the victors belong the spoils. There's another old saying, son. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining.
Savage spat on himself.
Easy, Terrell. You brought them all in. Down to one.
Who's that?
Juicy Wales.
Juicy Wales. Look at this one. Oh, shit.
Walking your current countryside. Russia ruled out everything disloyal from a shed I wish to do a door of cow. But we've got to clean up this country. Take 5 men up there and get Josie Wales. Get Red Legs Terror. 5 men against Josie Wales.
Stuff those bushwhackers pretty good during the war.
Gotcha. Captain Terrell. Bring in this damn insurrectionist rebel.
Here. Here's money for bringing down the others.
More for Josie Wales. I've had enough of your money, Senator. Let Wales be. Let me be. I'm finished with you.
All right. I want you men to raise your right hand. Those who can pledge loyalty to the Union. Yes, pledge loyalty to the Union. You ought to have us turn around and bend over. Now raise your right hand so I can take your oath. I pledge that I will be loyal to the United States of America. That I will, I will abide by its law, that I will never bear arms against it, that I will never bear arms against it, and recognize that it is one nation.
One nation.
I ain't doing it.
Come on, kid. Let's get this over with, damn it.
I've been thinking. I think it's them who owe us an apology. And I further swear that though I be murderous, it's Joseph. Urbanus, Lion, Missouri,
Those men were decently treated. They were decently treated. They were decently fed. And they were decently shot. These men are common outlaws, nothing more.
They're gonna be coming after us. We gotta take that brush. Get going. You can't get them all, Josie? That's a fact. How come you doing this then? I got nothing better to do. Josie Fletcher was in with him. It was a trap. Fletcher. I figured that. I gotta tell you something. I'm scared of dying, Josie. Move out.
You're going after him after all. Fletcher, I'm giving you a commission. Pound this wheels to kingdom come. How you said it there? A man like wheels is with a few men. So what you did the other day, I've got to kill that man. You'll have to run for it now. And hell is where he's headed. He'll be waiting there for us, Senator.
Don't hold back, Kennedy. Me and Josie, I can ride.
Ain't holding back. How do you? Where's that? First place, we ride out in the open. There's enough posses over South Missouri to start another war. We try riding instead of thinking. Well, thinking by a rope at nightfall.
We did.
Indian Nation. Place to pull up. Get your heels up.
Can we go back in Fletcher?
Right, boy. Then we go back. Get Fletcher. Riders coming up behind us. Everyone. See me get up. We stand here.
hear some shooting and we headed back north. We're back on that horse. We'll get right up with you. And head south.
Maybe Kate King's parents for like 38 years, 8 months, like 4.5 weeks ago. Gary, something like that.
Come up. Get up, goddammit.
Whooped him again, didn't we, Josie?
I think I've said this before, but to clarify, Lauren Greer and I went to school for as long as Margaret and I went to school. Those two people went to school with them longer than I went to school with any other people in my entire life. Those two people. Well, from kindergarten, starting like kindergarten. My friend Danny. Technically, I didn't go to school with him, but I think still. No, somebody else probably be in there. No, no, that's okay. You go to college.
Able either to sing the Battle Hymn of the Republic or Dixie with equal enthusiasm, depending upon present company.
Can't say as I blame you for that. Only good business to play it safe.
Yeah, well, thank God they all get disarmed now.
Shout out to Lauren. It's cool with Lauren Courage. She's really nice.
Nastiest ones are there.
Her sister, thing. Brother Peter's cool.
Well, where I go, I know how to handle my
She's nice lady.
Where you
Yeah, she's a good teacher. She's officially a substitute teacher, so it was like really her responsibility.
How much for the ferry ride?
10 cents.
By coincidence, I happen to have a bottle of this remarkable elixir I could let you have for that exact amount.
No, I'm saying it's no, but look away, look away. Look away, Dixie Lady. Howdy there. Sim Carstairs is the name.
Just keep doing this.
Mr.
All day.
We might give you a bit of ferry. Pleasure. You know, Bill Quantrill used this ferry all the time. Good friend of mine.
What you got over there?
Just the stove.
Until all of these say 5,000.
Freddie Hawkins up there.
Good job.
I'll tell you what. Just all amble over this story. Of course, him and me will ride because we're touching the cramp.
Major, you're in luck. I just happen to have the perfect thing.
Need a half a side of bacon.
I like how many Africans are on this.
Bush grain. We get over there won't be any need for you to go inside. You can just talk to the door for old granny and tell her we need a lot of clean. And just boil almost for both of them. How might you know that, Johnny?
Soldiers were here looking for you about 2 hours ago.
I was going to mention that to you as soon as I got the chance.
They say you killed your own men.
Lying, scum guys.
They say you're a hard-foot, desperate man, Josie Wales. Gonna heel and hide you to a barn door. You know what I say?
What's that?
I say that big Tom Square's duty squad. Now them soldiers is laced with feather moss and mustard root. Mind you drop water on them in case you don't keep them down. You can pay me when you see me again.
I reckon so. There's easy to eat your fatter, makes you fat or a little fatter. Look away, look away, look away. See, that sure is a sweet sound to the ears. Wouldn't you say so, Mr. Wales?
Young friend, give some help. This is it. $1 a bottle. It works wonders on wounds. Wonders on just about everything. Huh? It can do most anything.
Yes, ma'am. It's embarked. Again, Josie.
Oh, they're hollering for me to come over. I can't hold on. But I'll hold on until you fellas get out of sight. All right? I may do something's wrong. All in your pull. I may do something's wrong until you get going. I wish you all lots of luck.
He ain't gonna hold him no ferry. He's gonna bring that cavalry over fast as he can.
Reckon there's a nice reward out for us about that.
Got him now. Get these two first, and we'll get the others.
What others? We're the kid of the last ones.
Oh, Texas is full of rebels. Lots of work to do down in Texas.
You get Josie Wales and it ends.
Doing right ain't got no end.
Best hurry on, Josie.
Oh, they'd catch up to us by the end of the day. Judging by these tracks, there's maybe 40, 50 horses ahead of us. What we gotta do is waste some time between them and us.
What are we gonna do?
Stay right here.
Lord. Welcome. And welcome, gentlemen.
Still there.
Still there. What the hell does he think he's doing?
I don't know. Some of you men get down there, prepare to fire.
Captain Redlegs, I advise you to turn back. You can catch him later.
Turn back. Are you crazy? Gonna try to pick us off one by one. We'll never do it. At best, we'll get 2 or 3 up front there.
I advise you to turn back, Captain.
They're coming.
Do you really think you can shoot all those men down before they shoot you? No, Mr. Josie Wales. There is such a thing in this country called justice.
Well, Mr. Carpetbagger, we got something in this territory. Is there a boat ride?
God Almighty!
Don't make it, Josie. I want you to know I'm proud of the game groups for their victory. Let's see, Woolsey shirt I got in all your boys' book. Wow. Planted all the fancy needle. Told me not to tell me. Grown man doing that for his own kid. Sang a little song while he sung it. You know Rose had a band, Josie. Kid sang the line. Something round Rose band. Round Rose of Alabama. Back Rosie is the Rose band.
You just do that. You bring that old store right out.
Tim, Abe, Tim. We got the Josie Whale, Abe. That's the right side to side of the hill, Abe. We got reward money coming. Watch it, Abe. Meaning a rattler twice as fast with them pistols.
You're a push hog, ain't you, Mr. Josie Wales? Tell you what, move on back. Move on back.
What you mean? I see him do some things.
Shut up, lad. Ah, Mr. Josie Wales. Mr. Soon shoot you now. How did drag your body through the brush till we can get our pound price for it?
No, Abe, shoot him now.
Shut up, lads. Put your left hand down. Something down the hair. Something there.
Full of teeth. Mom, what's the heel hound? One of the fish that would big pistol fighters they raise all the fuss about. Oh, yeah.
Look out. Probably got another.
Shut up, man. Old Benny back there.
Benny! Come up! You got out the Josie whale?
Roosevelt, bam.
Just a boy.
Oh, shit. Sweet tackle posies. Paw? You paw? That's your paw. Shut up! Oh, I got the gold right here, paw.
He's not cool. He's crazy.
Gold me and Josie brought from the bank, paw.
Take a look at that.
Got it right here.
Get those holes leaking. Walk you with it out of the line.
He noticed. I feel as hurt as a rough buck.
I ain't hauling you all over Hell's Creation. It must mud over half of my shirt.
Wish we had time to clear them, fellas.
Pleasant's gotta eat. Same as worms. Frog strangler. 10, 20 more miles. Safe in the nations. Cavalry between us and the nation. We're gonna have to wet the bed down. Not too quiet. Here, have some beef jerky. Swallow nothing in the juice. I'm gonna go have a look-see. Feel all right?
You're real good, Johnny. We got a book. I want to thank you. What? Saved my life. Good. Nice looking, Joseph. Scared no more.
Start working our way through it real quick. Rain's giving us the edge. This boy was brought up in a time of blood and dying. Never wished it. Never turned his back on his folks or his kind. I rode with him. They got no burdens. Blue Billy's will give you a better burial than I can.
Howdy. Name's Josie Wales. That name. Some said you'd be headed this way. They said a man could get rich and reward money. Kill you. Seems like he was looking to gain some money here. Actually, I was looking to gain an edge. I thought you might be someone who would sneak up behind me with a gun. Would you ever get an idea like that? Besides, it ain't supposed to be easy to sneak up behind an Indian. Indian, all right. But here in the nation, they call us the civilized tribe. They call us civilized because we're easy to sneak up. Man, I've been sneaking up with us for years. Security, yeah. They're sneaking up on us, and they told us we'd be happier. They said we wouldn't be happier in the nations. So they took away our land. They sent us here. And fine woman. And 2 sons. But they all died on the trail of tears. And now, the white man is sneaking up on me. Again. Looks like we can't trust the white man. You bet we can. Wore this frock coat before the war. We wore them because we belonged to 5 civilized tribes. Dressed yourself up like Abraham Lincoln. You know, we got to see the Secretary of the Interior. He said, boys sure look civil. He congratulated us. He gave us medals for looking so civilized. We told him about our land. When we finished, he shook our hands and said, never. This is in the life. They took our pictures. The newspapers said, never persevere. We thought about it. And when we had thought about it long enough, we declared war on the Union.
Sergeant said this kid tried to ride to their camp. Got him. Very good. They've been on guard here night and day. No way well since he got to the nations. Where the hell are you going, Fletcher?
I'm heading into the Indian nations. Why don't you stay here, Redlegs? We'll get you back in a year or 2.
When we get to the nations, I want you men to fan out. $5,000 to the one who gets it.
Hard to tell you which way to go. I used to know these things when I was young. I got civilized, I forgot all these things. I didn't know which way to go.
Oh, buddy. You can take your horn toad down Mexico way. Get some unfinished business in Missouri.
I heard General refused to surrender. He moved on to Mexico. I think I'll join him.
Okay.
I didn't surrender either. They took my horse and made him. They have regular cases.
You haven't got a horse. I don't know how to do it. Walking down to Mexico.
Oh, there's a trade horse right here that brings fish. They got horses to trade.
You have any food here?
All I have is a piece of hard rock candy. But it's not for eating. It's just for looking through.
Get your horse.
What the hell you got there? Muskrat. Muskrat? What that? Muskrat. Sir, you better come up with something more. Beaver? Beaver, you don't get no more. Give me 10 muskrat and 30 beaver pellets. Give you 50. That's a very good bargain for you. Yeah. Go have a drink and think about it. Swelling. Rick can't get shaggy here. Tell you, that's jerky. Put it on. What about the goat pelts? Put them on our bill too. That's where you get those eggs. Horse real stuff. Small. Shame to say. Well, I think she ain't mine. She works here. See that no star? Huh? What that means to Cheyenne? One too many bucks. Those wild extra bucks, huh? Tell you as if he put her on the bill too. Horse? Horse is going to these gentlemen. More than likely, it is. I'm
sure they'd sell you one.
Got some beer. Good fruit chop.
I suppose these gentlemen available to discuss business.
I got it.
Josie Wales. Look. 5,000 gold simoleons walked right in.
Wait a minute. He's in my place. I recognize him too. And I'm doing even split.
Mr. J, you'd like to be there. Everyone's so scared of me. Yeah. Right, Mr. Lamb. Twitch your finger. I'll splatter your guts all over the wall. Just like that. As he moves, real slow. Right from where it came. Right up there. Now, just ease your hand down. Bring guards out, but first, you get hold of it. Don't need to handle it. Ah, damn you. Now, ease up when it throws out. Now, let's see. Say those horses wanted in their pilgrims, huh? Better sneaking up on your heels. Only an Indian can do something like this. That's what I figured. You figure? Only an Indian can do something like that. Not right to the damn woman doing something like this. I used to have power. Now old age is more like old habits and old age. Alex is woman. She's back in the tree. He's not going to Mexico with us. Wait a minute, I got you a horse on your own now. I've seen a lot today. I've seen trolls of shoulders all day. Everybody's looking for you. She's not going with us. She said she was never. She was kept in the Cheyenne. She was violated by one of the books of the rebel. Their sign is the dirty nose sign. Cheyenne, like figures that you did not resist it. Anyway, she says when she comes to that trading post, she didn't know this man lived in there selling liquor. She also wants you to know, although he beat her a lot, nothing happened between them. She says you are a great warrior, that she sort of belongs to you for what you've done for her.
You tell her I don't want nobody belonging to me.
That bill was damn good. I'm going to take a TV later. It's like this. You know, fix up some kind of a charity kitchen. I wonder where she ever got that idea. Chief? 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 I was just wondering, I suppose that means you red bone hound got no place else to go either. Might as well ride along with us. Well, everybody else is.
Nasty having a fellow born on a barn. Well, sir, we'll do without molasses. Anything to use them hesitate about.
Okay, you got a bit like an hour here. Lots of nice stories from Missouri coming west.
Never heard of nice things from Missouri coming west. Treading light is not my way. We're from Kansas. Jacob, proud of it.
I know how you feel. I'm a Hoosier myself.
Personally, I don't think much of Hooters either.
Yes, this is a positive remedy for various rigidity of the bowels. As you say, you're in India, aren't you? Do you speak any English? Well, sir, this is the very best thing for those who can't handle their liquor. I don't know various things. I'm only the same. What you drinking? What's that? You drinking? Well, what can you expect from a non-believer?
Talking like that. Too many folks around here with thin skin. Lots of southern boys been getting into trouble here in Texas. Some Baker can't Bob Lee to fight over in Fan County. The Longley, Taylor, all them other Taylors down in Gonzales. Killed Sim Fix and over Cotton Gin. Weighted him down with lead. Got a picture postcard of it. Have a look. Josie Wales. It's Josie Wales. They say he's coming into Texas. Won't come through here, though. 50, 60 men. Regulators are all over the place looking for him. How much for this today? $3. Yeah, I'm sure those regulators would pay plenty to identify Josie Wales. So,
And how about you, sir? Just a few bottles left. You won't regret it.
What's your name?
It's Josie Wales!
Shut up. Can't believe I've never heard it.
Pull those pistols and whistle, Dixie.
What's happening?
Texas, Mr. Longley. Guess we ain't going to see that little bit of a girl again.
I guess not. I kind of liked her. It's always like that. Like what? If I get to liking someone, they ain't around long.
I notice when you get to disliking someone, they ain't around for long either. How did you know which one was going to shoot first?
Well, that one in the center, he had a flat holster and he was in no itching hurry. And the one second from the left, he had scared eyes, he wasn't going to do nothing. And the one on the far left, he had crazy eyes. I think he's going to make the first move.
How about the one on the right?
We paid him no mind. You were there.
I could have missed it. Yes, sir, it was Josie Wales, all right. Saw him head north out of town, renegade engine. I can identify him, and I'd certainly be glad to share in any reward. Knew him quite well, actually.
Well, not a hard man to track. Leaves dead men wherever he goes. He's heading north now. Riding with a renegade Indian.
He's heading north now, but he'll turn southwest. Head for Mexico.
And we'll turn southwest and head for Mexico.
Tell him to head north. Those boys over there, lying down the mountains. Bounty hunters. Come out of a war. There's no other way to make a living. And at last, mother son of them was sent one of you whales ahead. And you and me didn't ride all that way for that. I don't want to hear whales ahead. I want to see whales dead.
We're heading north, Ben. Right.
They're following us.
Couple of horses. All right. Moving fast. Look at them. Gotta be an Indian to know those things. All right, let's take him out in the sand.
Hey, you stopped me when you did. I might have killed her.
Oh, I noticed that.
Followed us around. She said that's the only thing she had. Every man that I ever knew always had an itch. Some of them would like to have the sun behind their back.
It's always a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. All kind of. I guess you were right. Not many men wish that here you're getting into convention. But I never see tracks like these. Never heard of Comanches traveling in two-wheel cars.
Comancheros. Sunlight, Sanido, Aleman, Atrada, Ignite, Dolcida, Eda, Sanido.
Comancheros. Trade liquor and guns to Comanche, of course. Trade women, too. Maybe 9 horses and a couple of carts.
Later, said.
Timbers will want to tell a fresh woman. Fresh. Yeah, go bring maybe 20 horses. One of you has to. Take that old woman over there. 5 horses, maybe. 1 donkey. Face yourself.
Athleticism.
Still up to your jar. Keep walking. Come around here, bitch. Come around here. Now, you listen to me. I want you looking real good when we get to Denver. You understand? First chance you get, I want you to jump up that wagon there and put on one of your best blue dresses. Might be the prize. You know, if you look good enough, I just might outbid old Tim there. I'll say. The hell does he want? Like a parlay. He's just gonna sit there all day. You're gonna go out and see what he wants.
Keep ringing, little lady. Help's coming to breakfast.
Mighty nice horse you got there, mister. You sell it? We'll give you a good price. Just get off the horse. I don't know what they're going to do.
subscribe. So like, it definitely adds like notification. You know, like when I reach out to write somebody some extra. Just stay updated on APIs for subscribing services. As a creator, you can create like a website that like will like create the instruction manual for stay updated.
Now you kill us, I suppose.
Thanks. I appreciate you taking the time to answer and look forward to more stuff and always here to help out. Hope to get involved soon. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be incredible the things you can do here. Like, I absolutely am so pumped somebody needs to do chess. Like, you can have two stats, you know, one for each player, and have a chessboard and play on-chain chess on Bitcoin layer one. Like, you know, this stuff needs to happen. If you're a dev listening to this and like want a fun project, like please play a game of chess fully on chain. I think it would be so much fun. And you know, obviously that's more a little impractical, but the kind of wolf game type stuff Trevor's talking about for collections, this is the kind of thing where nobody's ever really done this before. And I'm just pumped to see like new ways of, I don't know, like kind of Jack Butcher on steroids type stuff. Like I'm genuinely super pumped for this, and especially because there's the dick into your safeguards that Trevor has developed. Sounds like. I mean, that was my big hesitation, and if people have the dick into your safeguards.
The hogs just moved out of the seat of these britches. Such beautiful clothes. I was taken to our ranch. My son's ranch down before the war near a town called San Marino. Water, trees, cattle, black-tailed deer. It's regular paradise.
Friends who used to use it back and forth, and you know, if white people called them that, they actually appreciated it because that specific group liked the word. You know, they actually did, that specific group. And then once I realized actually outside of that group, no, they didn't appreciate that, so I haven't used it since. And this is the thing: if you know that somebody's offended by a word, I just don't think that you should use it. Like I don't need to use that word, right? So like if somebody says to me, oh, this hurts my feelings, well, then I won't use it. So it's simple fact of the matter. If somebody says this hurts my feelings, okay, that's enough. Like that's enough for me to say, okay, it's gone.
Alright, appreciate that. What was next up? Alright, we got a lot. No, go ahead, excuse me, Chief. Yeah, what's this?
I just want to say this. I feel like niggas came from slavery and black people took the word and made it into something different and something different. And I feel like a lot of people don't understand those logics of using it. Sometimes we can be using it as a friend, like,
My plus side.
we talk to each other like, you know what I'm saying? It can be something to me. So if you're taking our work that we use for us and y'all using it, it's kind of like you don't even know what that word means. You just saying it just to be cool, or you saying it just because you heard somebody else say it. You really don't know the meaning of the word. That's how we feel today. And whether y'all like it or not, we are able to use that word because it was using it against us. It was using it with so much different power now. So for you to say it's okay for other people to use it, it's not all right. It's not a part of their culture. It didn't grow up with them. It didn't stick with them. Their ancestors didn't go through what our ancestors had to go through. So they shouldn't be saying it. That's just like if I was white and I turned the word, I'm not going to say the C word around, and we use it for another aspect. Another culture shouldn't be able to say that word because we turn that around and use it for something else, and they don't even know what it means. They just use it to use it for a noun or just to say anything. Y'all have to know what these words mean. Black people come up with so many different words and turn words around. They use it for different meanings. We are so creative. That's what my challenge out. We create when it comes to certain shit. And certain words we be saying, y'all don't even know the meaning of them. I can say a few words right now, y'all are like, what the fuck she saying? You don't know. So you shouldn't be saying these words if you don't fucking know. What do you mean?
What do you mean by y'all? Hold on, Steve. Who said that? What do you mean by y'all? Who said that? 1984. 1984. What do you mean? What she means by y'all, just like white people spinning it, it's like when white people say y'all. It's a difference. We can say y'all, no, it's not disrespectful. So now, in today's term, because that's been used against white people saying y'all, now everybody want to use, well, what do you mean by y'all? So you mute up 1984. Matter of fact, you go sit in the how about that? You sit in the down there with y'all. Go ahead, Dale. You said you was muted. So let him y'all down there. Yeah, man. Just because I brought up. You know what? This is what we're gonna use this as our base concept. So that's why the Cybertruck is as sensitive. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I've seen that meme so many times. I had to. I'm not impressed with it either. I hope they really refine it as it goes on. You know, I don't know. It's just interesting to see people getting excited about this. But all right, real quick. Victory. Let's throw it over to you, my man, and then we're gonna take over the shotgun.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up as a fan of the triangle and a person who appreciates his Doritos. I really wanted to stand up for the Cybertruck. I heard some, a little bit of disappointment being thrown their way, but man, Doritos, Halo Warhawk, man, that is Cybertruck. Come on, have you seen that thing wrapped? I don't know. I love you, Elon. I'm just here to throw some words of support his way so his space doesn't get rugged. Love you, son.
What a real one. What a real one. What a real one. Also, I remember driving around that fucking short route. That was too much fun. And then you would have some weird friends who would like try to drive you off a cliff. Be like, hey, bro, you got something you want to say to me? Or I'm a little worried here. You keep trying to kill me, like for no reason at all. We're just building, literally. But also, I know I tend to go to shotgun. But I also want to check in with Big Nell real quick, and then we'll go to.
I don't proud member of second lanes, red legs. Fighting for the just cause. I'm sorry. It was my
John, sit down. Very, very high.
Going too. So, how you doing, my man? What's going on?
Doing well, fam. All good things. I finally have my level 2 life in order, so I'm able to join this more often. And so we're all caught up, and we got a month here, which is everyone's kicking our business and stuff like that. I don't have to do anything to do a month. So hanging out for the end of November. Everyone's having a great start to their week, and a great weekend. Long 4 days off. With Thanksgiving holiday here in the States, got to spend a bunch of time with the baby, the wife, do all the things. I feel really good here today. So yeah, just locked in, back to the grind as everyone is, and hope everyone has a great rest of your Monday.
Let's have a drink to the damn soul running out.
I love it. I love that. Just get some positivity and just having your life together. I remember that stage too. I'll see you in 6 months. But in all seriousness, we are a little bit of a time restriction today. Just full disclosure, Block does have their event at 1 o'clock, so we want to make sure we give proper time for proper discussion and all that good stuff. So, Shotgun, please take a talk.
I was expecting,
I know what you were expecting, but we're in a rush, bro. This is a Jungle Report by Shotgun. Let's go.
This is good, man. This is what? Although, even though we have quite some interesting thoughts on the day.
Six Pondcoin was mine, and pieces were on day 86. And I've seen the Pondex T and Poly a while back say that it was day 100, and that was 10 roughly days ago. So I'm not exactly sure where they're at, but I definitely remember the conversation with H1 where he was talking about the importance of the first 90 days. And for that, we've seen over a quarter of $1 billion flow through the DEX. That alone. And all that, I get the sense that they're ready to press the button, though. Is that what you feel, Freddie? I do think so soon. I just don't think,
they have horses.
Like from the perspective, I was just on the perspective of someone working on the team. Like, what else are you waiting for? Like, all the guns are pretty much loaded. Maybe just like market conditions, some law stuff that they need to still figure out, and then maybe they're just trying to reach a certain number. But like all of the guns seem to be.
It's over, I guess. They're back in heavy. In their return. Let's move on.
That's Frank. I see this from
They ride with 10 bears. Look alike. 10 bears, the greatest among watching. But he's angry. Each year he is met with one of your generals.
One of my generals.
Each year he is pushed further across the plate. The General Sherman has come with more promise. But 10 bears will move no more.
Found that idea and get even more content ideas. So that's number one, is like you're exploring your thoughts and feelings, and then you can crystallize that in writing and have more content. And the other angle of like more content ideas is that once you establish yourself and your personality, and you build like just a group of people that understand who you are and what you're about in general, it actually enables you to tweet about things that are not quote unquote like in your niche, right? So like my niche is like social audio, but I tweet about all types of shit now because people fuck with me, and so it enables me to kind of like people are scared to go outside of their niche with their content, but really people want that. What they want is interesting, thoughtful content. And yes, they want you to be an expert or an authority in something. If you're trying to sell, you want to have that. But they also want you to be a human and show that you're like a multifaceted individual that you never really know what's coming. Like there's a benefit to being able to just say whatever you want, whenever you want, and have people resonate with it because they fuck with you, not just because they mess with your exact angle and your niche and what you're trying to sell. So it frees you up. I'm gonna add you up to talk about anything. There's something that you hit on that's really important. It's like niche, right? It's like content builders, niche being like a zone, right? And I'll say this. I run 2 accounts primarily. I run actually a few more than 2, but let's say that I run 2. One is extremely niche, right? Like this is like the one thing they tweet about. This is what they do. And that's all the content is. And my art of purpose account is really like niched down very well. That's like one tip that I get from a lot of other bigger accounts is, hey man, you need to like define it more, get a little more niched. And one of the reasons why I haven't niched it down is because of what Greg said. Okay? And it's because I'm trying to keep my content off balance. And this is almost an advantage. It's a disadvantage and an advantage of the food content. Okay? So I really tweet about whatever is really on my mind. I've had some people tweet angrily at me, all you do is just tweet thoughts in your head. Yeah, that's what I do, okay? And they're all over the place. And sometimes we talk about art, sometimes we talk about architecture, sometimes we talk about tradition, sometimes we talk about making money online. I'm all over the place. But really, is that a good growth strategy? Probably not. But is that like a good human strategy and a human-like way to connect with other people? Probably yes. Okay? Yes, forget, you know? Yes, yeah.
The biggest thing my people is going to share.
People ask me, like, how niche should I be? Then I ask them, what is your goal? Okay? If your goal is to rack up like 1 million followers, then get extremely niched and tweet about that one thing. Okay? But if your goal is to monetize and make like 6+, 7+ figures per year and make a whole boatload of money, you have to have some depth to your content. And you're going to struggle if you are just one particular niche. And that's all you write content in. Okay, so there's a little complexity to this. Honey Badger, you want to add to this?
Sure do. I don't know who these people are who are telling you you don't have a brand, because I will tell you right off. You're about making money to protect your wife, to protect your kids. I mean, like, you're a man's man. That's your brand. So I'm confused by these people literally, because I can tell you, like, in one fell swoop of your page what your brand is. Now, I think it makes people uncomfortable sometimes when they see people that are so multifaceted that they can talk about many different things, and they get a little bit jealous and they want to pigeonhole you. And the person who tells you that you need to clarify your brand probably just needs you in their box. And I want to be very clear about this, okay? I have been asked the same question time and time again, to the point that I thought, am I lazy? But the people that tell me, people ask me, what's your brand, are the same people who have under 30,000 followers, are the same people that don't speak in boxing spaces, and are the same people that can't sit in the Tesla space just like they can sit in the psychology space, just like they can't sit in the MAGA space, just like they can't sit in any space and just kick it with people. You can go everywhere and meet everybody. Even if it's a topic that you are not necessarily interested in, if you're a person I can connect with and I will sit there and listen to you speak. And that's where they're lazy. I will sit and listen to people speak, even if it's something out of my wheelhouse. And because I like you, now I've learned something. Thank you.
And I appreciate all the kind words. Yeah, I saw a few people that are going out to the Tesla Cybertruck. What's going on? So are they unveiling the Cybertruck? Who knows about that? Culture critic, you know.
The delivery was in Fort Worth. Yeah, so it's the delivery of it. I've seen them around town. They're badass. Like, they're out here in Los Gatos.
Well, I'm jealous. Like, this is something I wanted to do. But it's outside of my niche. Let's do it. I don't know. We got what's going on. All right, I'm going to go kick it to Ronaldo. What's going on, man? Hey, you. What's up, how you doing? What's up, man? Good. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. You did cover it earlier. It was about opening up different accounts on X. And your thoughts, but you did tell me you didn't really speak about it. Yeah, so I'm going to take this to it real quick. It's like alternate accounts, having accounts. I have something like, 7 to 8 accounts. They're not really like active right now. That I've like gone back and forth between the two. I've got 2 over 10,000 followers. And I will including this one, obviously. So I will say this. A lot of people come to me and they're like, hey, I want to start like 4 accounts. I'm going to get like a whole churn out the accounts. I'm going to have like an account army behind me. I think that's a bit of a mistake. I think what you need to do is learn how magic works first. And like, actually, you need to grow 1 account first. Grow 1, focus on growing it. I mean, yourself to like 1, 2, 3. I actually consider an account under any account. I know it's going to hurt some people, but
any account under 100,000, I consider
Missiles short range.
I know that I had my
Fire going, keep an eye on it. Red hot. Anybody gets hit, sing out.
When you're growing, bro.
That's what stop the blood.
25,000 views a month. But maybe it's just like perspective. I was on a Space's declaration of memes, and he was like, AOP, I consider any account under 300,000 small. Like, I was like, whoa. I was like, well, what size am I? He's like, you're a medium size account. I thought that was pretty funny. So there's a lot of perspective there. But yeah, you want to get your account growing first. You want to get it going. You want to establish a real business online, and you want to do it for a long time. Like, at least over a year before you start to dabble in having any alt accounts that you have alongside. And I'll tell you what the danger is you don't really know what works. It doesn't matter how many accounts that you're running. Right? They're all going to be bad. And then you're just going to be spinning your wheels. You're going to be doing more work, right? And you're going to be making less progress because you're divided between a whole bunch of different accounts. So my suggestion for anybody who's starting out, don't start like 5 alt accounts and have them all. Just start one account, grow, get on Spaces, have a personality, learn how to write content, learn how to write long form content, or learn how to write memes, build an email list, build people who are interested, create offers and sell them, okay? And solve people's problems. And once you're able to do that, you know what? You're going to have an idea for another alt account that's going to require little effort, and you're just going to be able to understand, like, hey, this is what works. I'm just going to do those things that work. You know it works. And it's automatically going to grow. All right, let's get Abra. How are you doing today? How can we help you out? Abra, are you there? You need to unmute the mic. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, what's up?
What's that thing? Fuck yeah, baby. Let's grow.
No, I think this would be a lot of fun. I know, Greg, aren't you were you talking about going around the country yourself and meeting influencers? Is that what you're doing this year?
Around the world, yeah, 24.
I'm gonna. And you want to tell us about that? That sounds cool.
It's still like rough, but the idea is to basically do a world tour and just stay with all my favorite experts. I mean, that's one of the beauties of this app. It's like everyone's everywhere. We're all brought together by certain ideologies and interests. But the reality from a physical standpoint is I have friends in Brazil, in Colombia, in Spain, in Bali, in Australia. I want to go everywhere and meet all these people in person. I'm in Miami right now. I'm meeting a bunch of people. I should definitely do a separate U.S. tour because there's a bunch of amazing people here as well.
Where to go?
But I do want to travel the world selfishly, and I think I can create a lot of content on the go and do podcasts and get paid to do it. So world tour in 24 months. One of the biggest, that's exciting, bro. One of the biggest benefits of having this kind of doing this kind of work is that your life becomes your hobby. And we talk about that a lot. And so what Greg is doing is like he's turning this life into a way of sharing with the world. And he's like going around the world, he's doing his podcast, he's meeting other people. I bet when he comes and meets these people, he's gonna maybe do podcasts or something. I'm sure that he can.
I came here like this so you know my word of death is true. My word of life is that true. Air that is here. And imagine it. So will we. only hunt for influencing conventions. Spring last year, Mr. Beast, which is something like cattle, jerk beef for a journey. Sign of the Comanche. That will be on our lodge.
I have ulterior motives as well. No, look, hey man, you know what? That's what you do, bro. That's what you do, and I can respect that. But the cool thing is you can play the game either way. That's the beauty of it. You can full dress it up, right? Or you can go around the world and just absolutely tour it. The content is your life. Oh boy! Hey, actually, I want to got a whole bunch of different people here up on stage with us. We've been shuffling the speakers in and out. I think that's great. I'm really enjoying this conversation. I'm enjoying how much the questions have been very excellent questions. If you're enjoying this space, click on my profile picture, share it with your audience. The more and more people that are here, the longer we're going to go. I have no time. I have no limit. This is what I do. This is what I do. I just like to sit on spaces, chat, talk it up, talk about money, talk about how people are growing their accounts, talk about interesting content, interesting things that are going on in the world. And we've been going at this for over 2 hours now. There's no time limit on this, but as long as people are here, as long as people are interested, and as long as people are contributing to the conversation, I'm going to keep going. And I see a lot of hands up in the air. I've got Tommy Christie. My man, how can we help you out?
What's up, brother? AOP, huge fan, man. Seriously, you've been cranking out some excellent high-level content for as long as I've been on this platform. So I just wanted to give you your kudos, man. You had a tweet yesterday that ruffled my jimmies a little bit, man. The audiobook one, man. This morning, I went on a walk. I listened to The Alien for like 30 minutes. Does that make me a weak man?
Yes, no, that's big, man. I think that my whole point in this is to challenge people's thinking when it comes to audiobooks. So when you have an audiobook, I think it's more of a passive way to experience. I think there's a big difference between reading, sitting there and reading the text, being focused, having your mind. So when I like to read, I like to be in a quiet room, in a quiet place, in a space where, I'm hearing the words in my head, I'm reading alongside with this. When I'm, listening, right? It's a totally different kind of experience. And, you can have an audio, you can go for a jog, you can be working out and do that. I think that's fine, but I don't think it's the same kind of moment that you're going to get when you're actually like holding a book in your hand, turning the pages. And what do you like? Did you read when your mom read to you when you were a kid, right? And read the book. Did you actually read the book? I would say no. Hey, look, if you have a different opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. But am I wrong on this?
No, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I do think that there's something to be said about the art of storytelling. We're storytelling creatures, and I think before we had the written language, if you look at human history with the Syrians, in the Middle East, and I don't know, maybe like 7,000 years ago that started writing things down. Prior to that, we were a verbal storytelling creature. So I think that there is something to be said about listening to it, but I also hear your point. Your point is that you have a much more meditative reading experience when you sit down and feel the physical book. Am I hearing you right?
Absolutely. Look, I've been a musician my entire life, okay? And, I used to play with a lot of instruments. One of the coolest things is I would love finding not just, somebody can make a photocopy of the music itself, put it in front of you, and put on your music station and play. But, man, there was something incredible about getting like a 200-year-old piece of paper or manuscript, putting in front of you, and actually like playing like that original copy. And the part of the physical part really matters. Okay, and I get where you're coming from, like storytelling. I think when people were making that comment in the comment section, I actually wasn't thinking about that. What I do have to say is that the physical word carries a much higher value, and I was thinking this as well. One of the most important dimensions ever in the history of humanity is the printing press itself, right? So what made the printing press so valuable, and why was the printing press invented? The printing press was invented to put the Bible into everybody's hands. Really, that was the actual reason for it. So as opposed to like just saying, hey, here's the story, here's how it goes, here's remember the story and tell future generations this. They put it out there in public. It's like a form of building in public as well. Right? You're saying, this is the story. Here's how it is. This is the text. This cannot be altered. Right? So there's a little bit more ownership, not just from the person who's listening, but it's also from the person who's writing and telling the story as well.
Yeah. Okay. And you're saying there's more. No, I think that's a great point. That there's more skin in the game for both the reader and the author.
Yeah. And of course, is my tweet designed to get people a kick? Do I really think people who listen to audiobooks are reading? No, I don't. I don't think that specifically, but I do think, and I want people to think about it, that physical books, I think is a higher form of consumption. Reading a physical book is a higher form of consumption, and that's another one of the things from that. But this is an interesting conversation. I love it. Honey Bag, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that post, and so again, I appreciated the point you were making because I vehemently disagree with things, and it made me consider why I disagree with them. And so the fact of the matter is there are different types of, there's different types of understanding. Well, a couple of reasons here. So you've got audio, visual. You have both people. Some people have to listen to something and then read it. That's the process of lecture and note taking and homework. In a regular class, but also there's time taking. And people are very busy. People work a lot, and so you can listen to a book when if you have to travel. So there's a utility to both. Personally, I tend to get an audiobook and the actual book because I'll listen to it and then I'll go back and reference it and kind of sort it out for myself. Have that conversation with the author and stuff. So I don't.
If I had to,
I guess what I'm saying is that's when you were talking about the
the highest form of consumption.
So I guess what I'm saying is that's when you were talking about the good way to be divisive or the good way to challenge people, like not making people hate you, but say things that kind of light a fire. Sort of, that's the way to do it, what you did, because it made me think about it, and I had to think of why I disagree with you.
So, my article is forcing people to think about why. Yes, exactly, and that's powerful. We need to, it's part of our. One of the things that I think is lacking in today's society, and we were talking about this right? How California and Ireland is starting to, take away people's ability to write content the way that they want to write content, and taking away freedom of speech. And then in California, they're trying to program students and individuals on how to be skeptical online influencers like myself, Coach Craig, and people who challenge those people. But what we really do is we're here to have conversations. We're here to spark conversations. We're here to have this one think about what the programming is like in their mind to understand that, hey, this is why I think this in turn makes them a clear thinker as well. And that's what discussion does. So one of the powerful things you just do is somebody comes to you with a hot take or a hot is to ask them why, right? And that's what Tom's doing. Answer smart, right? So if you have somebody that you disagree with, coach, ask them why, right? And I'm going to tell you what a good answer and a bad answer. So a good answer is somebody who comes to the table and says, clearly express the whole reason behind what they're thinking. But a bad answer would be somebody who's regurgitating something that they saw on the TV or somebody that's fed into their mind, right? And then when most people wind up doing that, you can then challenge that question by saying, hey, where did you learn that from? Okay? So if you want to redirect somebody's wiring, the way that they're thinking, is actually ask them why. And then if it's something that you feel like, I saw that on CNN, okay? I saw that on just regurgitating stuff on Players Game. How do we actually tell you where they learned that from? Okay? And that will bring a higher level to awareness to why they're saying a certain way. All right, let's go to Bryce. What's going on, man?
So far, so good. Just stumbled into it. I don't know how long it's been going on, but we're going to sit out on some good nuggets. Hey,
I've been on Twitter for X for about 7 years, and I was really just a shit poster for a long time. And a few years ago, I found Stoic philosophy, and so I really got into that, and then I started doing spaces. So I've been doing spaces for over 2 years. 2 years total, so about a year and a half with the Stoic stuff, and I built actually a little community around it. And I've partnered up with a couple other guys. I got a podcast that we put out about 7 or 8 episodes deep. So that's going pretty good. We have a website. We have like a business plan. And my problem is that I get so much positive feedback in my DMs from my rooms, right? Just like, going through text, just teaching about, kind of like teaching about Stoic philosophy, and just having just an open conversation about it. It's really good because we all into this self-help, self-mastery, with their living type of energy. And so, although it's been good in these 18 months, I feel like I've kind of hit a glass ceiling. I get a couple other people that come to my space regularly. I do every week, Saturdays at 11 a.m. if you want to check it out. But I feel like I've kind of hit the wall there. Do you have any ideas, like with the X, how can I partner? How can I network better to get more people to understand what we're doing? Maybe reaching out to like self-help and other groups that are doing these things, other communities that have been doing things like what I'm doing.
I'm gonna answer this, and I'm going to Greg on that answer. They can do that. You know, one of the core things that you need to do is you need to mix up your business first. Okay, you probably just have like the same little business, and you haven't expanded your boundaries. I haven't said it yet today. I'm gonna say it right now. X is a networking site. I know that some of you don't want to hear this, but the real power behind this platform is meeting, talking, working with other people. I know some of you have like this Sigma grind set in your mind. You want to be like Keanu, dude. You want to be like the one man like takes on the world. That's sexy. You know what? You need a team. Okay. You need to have a crew. Like my life changed when I came up here. I was like, how did you get the Dan code? Because I know Dan. And I was like, Dan, do you want to come on and talk? Sure. So like this joke was like, hey, my next day that I'm free is like 115 days from now. And I was like, okay, we'll look at it. All right, but I've interviewed Dan twice inside of the masterclass community. And we've done webinars, and people in my community, AMA, was asking questions. Okay? Because I know this, because in my early stages, I was in a group with myself, Save Yourself, Jay Davis, Mary Will, Dan Code, all these big accounts. But we weren't big enough. We had like 1, 2, 3, 4,000 people. And this is the power of being in a community, okay? The thing is that you're learning at a much faster rate than anyone else because you're sharing what's going on in real time with other people. Right? And that's the true power. Is that, you can take a course. I think courses are great. Okay, you go through it, but there's no discussion about it. There's no, hey, I'm trying this idea. This one's working really well. Earlier in this space, Culture Critic and I were talking about recent algo changes that needed to be discussed. And you're really serious about doing this. Get up. Like, well, this is working well. Okay, this is working out. They've got some pretty cool projects. All right. But the other thing is that you can leverage not just their ideas, but your experience as well. No offense. Okay? And that's the true power of having other different. So you probably need to make the kinds of people. I would suggest getting that's what you you make every single person your real friends are the ones that make criticize you. If I know your friends, they can tell me challenge each other. Right? When I give people feedback, I tell them exactly. I don't want to. I just go, I'm going to give you feedback that will give you So it's a choice. It's awesome. That's what I do. So a lot of the times, friends, the same type of people, and they're all playing patty cake with each other. So not serious. They're like, oh, good job, guys. Good job. About 2 likes. They're all protecting the media. So expand. Look for people who are all the same goals as you. Except the same niche.
Other communities that just focus on self-help or healing or whatever things that I think might have some synergy or parallels with that, because that's through philosophy you're trying to have.
Right? Right? They're like, hey, I'm only going to hang out with other guys when we talk about it. No. Like, what is your think more about where you want to be, okay? What are you really here to do? I don't want you to answer this. Like, you're probably here to play. At some point, one of those scientists online, place your 9 to 5, what you're doing, grow a big audience. Great. Yeah, I love stuff. Put these great ideas out. So then you should have okay? They don't have to do the same thing. You can find people in those kinds of things. And it doesn't help sometimes if you want more people to that's a line. That is what happens. So people are always surrounding themselves around and that's a big mistake. Does that answer your question?
I'm also having that difficulty because we just been putting it out there for free, for a while, and that's good. But I'm talking about how to put that stamp after the money. Yep.
Oh man, I was just but here's what you need to do. You need to sell all the time. Okay? Constantly be a seller. I don't care what your audience thinks. You're valuable and you need to start charging for your ideas. Okay? So even if it's one or two titles, man, alright? Too many people on here are just like, I'm afraid to ask, I'm afraid to get this. You are never gonna get the business part of this job. So I sell all the time. And I know this is turning people off, but this is just part of our business. This is it. In this space, I get calls to action to our masterclass community. That's what I'm here to do. Like, we're going to get people. I love our community, right? People coming up with Facebook about how valuable our community is. I love our community. Like, everything. I put all my energy, effort, and everything I do into that community, right? I'm going to sell it. And you should value the things that you do as well. Start charging money for it. I'm going to tell you a huge mistake that I see a lot of guys make. They start growing their accounts and they start putting out offers out there and they charge nothing. What kind of people is that going to attract? Exactly. You all know this is free. People are like, hey, I'm first of all, those people never take real action. Those are never really committed to everything. They can't commit like a few bucks to it. They can't commit anything to it. So just having like some kind of transaction is going to start to separate people who are just using you for free stuff. And like I said, I'm reading these out there. I know there's a lot of people who are there, picking it up, never reading, never do anything with it. So you need to start charging for your stuff. It's like a few bucks so that people can pay. Yeah, I sell every day. I sell on every space. I'm constantly in ever. And you know what? Some people are going to be like, hey, you know what? He's just selling me. That's fine, whatever. And some people are going to buy it. Some people are going to unfollow, whatever. That's fine. They can do that. But that's how we run a business here. Okay? Let's go to Matt. Matt, what's going on, my man?
I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I'm pretty new to Twitter. I created Twitter about a month ago. I've actually gotten heavily into trying to network, and I come from a background in IT, and I think on AI and all of that. But it's been incredibly challenging here to extract my life when I started this podcast. And I kind of more or less
Don't worry about it out there. Like, we've been through hell. Everybody goes through hell at some point to their life. And it's really resonated, not only with family, but people like us. Really expanded way more already than I ever anticipated and understanding. Like, how do you differentiate the point of where, you know, you got your civilian, typical 9-to-5 job, which is, you know, you've got a pretty good job, and that's why I'm just like, at what point do I determine what the whole influencer like it could be a reality, which I never in a million years thought I was researching.
Okay, here, let me shades of gray. You would either all in or you're not. Do not have this. And you might be like, well, can I keep my 9-to-5 job? Yes. Right? But your 9-to-5 then exists to supplement your business that you're building online. Okay? So you can't go in here and say, hey, I'm going to go after control 15 minutes per day, create content for 3 seconds, throw out this boring entry, and wrap it in a file. It's unrealistic. All right? So, like, for instance, I put my account during COVID, and I was a teacher, and I was really busy. So I wrote my first course 24/7. I had a week off. Okay, they gave us a week off, and I had 9 days. I had 2 weekends in the week to write an entire course. That's what I did. 14 to 16 hours per day on this course, getting it out. I took what they gave to me. Right? I would respond to comments. In between classes, I would write content. During like a lunch break, I would come home, write a thread. Right? This is the level of commitment that you need to do while you're building online. And when do you know? When you're making 1.5 times what you do in 9-to-5 for 3 months. Okay. Yeah, no, that's what I want to get there.
No, sir, I don't.
This is what 99% of people think about it. They're like, oh shit, that's going to take a long time because they think it's a lot of money. Like, $7,000 a month, that's a lot of money. Okay, I'll tell you in all my ways, I'm not doing this for like something. Okay, that's really just like maybe 2 clients, 3 clients, if you have a real offer that's out there. And for instance, it's like, I don't know what your podcast is, but in your podcast, solve problems, right? Like, that's what you talk about, right? That's your subject. You have a podcast, you sit around and talk about this, you solve problems, you improve people's lives. Well, what if somebody wanted to work with you one-on-one to improve people's lives? What else to talk about in your podcast? You can put together some kind of offer, put it out there, and maybe say, hey, look, if you want to contact me, here's the form at the end of the podcast. Just AT&T Box. Say, hey, I hope you enjoyed listening to this. This is so podcast. Fill out this form. You can do this one-on-one coaching. We're going to get you to X, Y, Z result. And at this amount of time, you're going to start improving your life. Appreciate you for tuning in. That's it, right? You're not thinking like, you're thinking like, hey, I'm just going to give them this free content and that's it. Why? Why are you doing this? Right? Run some offers out. Put some things out. Start figuring ways for you to like make a few bucks off of this because there are people, if they're listening to the podcast, there are people that will buy something that you're selling. They're not just a buyer. They're people like work with what's going on.
And I want to ask one more question, just kind of your take on it. If for example, I did a podcast for Veterans Day, I interviewed a guy, he's a combat medic, good friend of mine, he was in the Army with me. He lost 3 guys, from 12 to a death. Long story short, he talked on my podcast about his experience, and then the following week, 2 weeks ago, the father of one of the 3 soldiers that passed reached out to me, and he reached out to me and said he wanted to be on my podcast, which I haven't aired. He's out of state, he's going to drive up, I'm willing to drive down, etc. Worthwhile trying to find an actual content creator rather than my $200 mic and very cheap camera sitting in my living room, or do you think it'd be more beneficial to just do what I'm already doing in my relaxed environment?
I would make it I would try to make it as respectful as possible. Right? So, however you're doing it, again, it's your look. You guys are worried about dumb shit. Okay? As long as your podcast is interesting, people are going to listen to it. All right? Okay, so there you go. Right? So, I said this earlier. I said one thing on this platform. I don't have a landing page. I don't worry about it. None of us are real people. All right? So, like, sit around and be like, I gotta make sure yeah. What we got you want to spend more money? Why not? Just go for it. But at the same time, there's like things that are not going to be digital. Okay? They're not going to be really digital. You actually met people that were inside of your niche. You started doing like, calls with them and other content creators. You started networking and you started writing content. You started hosting spaces. That would be like actually moving the needle as opposed to whatever you think is moving the needle right now. Okay? I'm going to go on to the next one. All right, honey bag. Do you want to add to this at all, honey bag?
Yeah, I would back on you a little bit, but I'm not because I do appreciate your perspective because your goal is to make money. And so, if you're offering something for free, if you build it, they will come. And so I think relationships are...
I want to clarify on this real quick. It's only offering for free. Like, that's it. So there was somebody who was saying, hey, that's all they do. I do think that's dangerous. I think that you need to have some kind of monetized offer. When I still get up and do everything.
Yeah, fair enough. But I guess what I'm saying though is that I've offered stuff for free my entire, my entire Twitter career, and I didn't really actually start to make money until after I had like about 75,000 followers. But what I picked up along the way are friends. And by that, what I mean by that is actively listening and engaging with people and taking a vested interest in people in a sincere way. I have been given a prompt engineering class. I have had crazy AI art made for me. I've been taught how to use Midjourney. I actually found out just through talking to Dan that works for X, incredible Dan. Interestingly enough, his cousin and I went to college together, and she was my best friend. But I found out all of these things along the way, and these relationships that I've created. He then put my account through Grok, so I got to play with Grok before pretty much anybody else did, and I actually put down in the Grok's analysis of my account. I got these things just by not being transactional, but not being contractual, but more so working through a covenant, which is an exchange of person. I am yours, you are mine, and how can I help you? And I will love you first, and then surely you'll love me back. But sure, so the point being that I really do think that there's merit in before you start to sell is to just make connections with people and have them be organic with no strings attached. So I guess to start out that way, I don't see a real problem with kind of giving yourself over to the platform as well for free, because that's how you're going to receive back if you and that's how you're actually going to clarify your transformation. And if I hear your story, it sounds like I've actually offered to now do actually investigative reporting or decentralized media or
I want to clarify this. That's not even if my guide creates 20%. There is a whole step-by-step. This is how you make your first lead magnet. This is how you put it out there. This is how you get people to see your free stuff. I didn't all of that.
This is from my rabbits in the when I first came to California. I told her my story, and she said, "You're just like the Frisco kid at Shabbat dinner." And
Business, how you doing today? So I wanted to jump in here. Just wanted to say thanks for letting me out again and offer a ton of value like usual. I wanted to ask you a question. So everyone kind of talks about, you niche, whatever, since you're certain thing you focus on that's kind of, in that specific niche. But you were touching on it earlier, kind of about, essentially kind of being real, like who you are, letting people know, especially when you're an account that now isn't, publicly showing, who you are. So, how, if you have certain convictions, certain interests, would you say just put that out there on the timeline and see what happens, or does it matter if it's like writing niche or not? Or I'm kind of trying to get.
Okay. All right. And if you want to reposition your page or whatever you do alongside of that, then by all means go for it. But I never sit there and go, man, what are they going to think of this? I tweet this because I think it's interesting, and that's what I do. So don't sit there and be like, hey, this is a part of XYZ. You can have a personality, and you can reposition who you are as a brand if you're going to be a little more dynamic. There's nothing wrong with that, but don't sit there and think like, I can't tweet this because my account is only about underdog stuff. Does that make sense?
Right. No, that makes perfect sense. That's kind of what I'm asking, because I got a ton of other things. Obviously, I have convictions about things that I care about, things that I want to put out there. And I've done it some, but I'm just curious what your thoughts on it. That's all.
Right. Because that's the right? It's got a different way of owning it, okay? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Chuck G.
All right, what's up, AOP? Hey, here's my question. How do you use hate data to your advantage? So an example of this would be a weekend post that you dropped about Dolly Parton. And I know you posted a lot about value, so I looked at my data and I got 270,000 impressions from a comment where I was basically agreeing with you, and I got literal hate, 1,300 profile views, so I was definitely attracting a lot of negative energy. But compared to your numbers, I was 3% of the overall attention that you received on that post. So my question is, obviously you're a businessman, and you wouldn't have posted that if that's not in some way moving the needle for your business. So I'm just confused at like, okay, so I have this data point.
No one gives a shit about this. How long have you been streaming?
Like, how do you interpret stuff like that?
Hey, Doc, for how long have you been streaming?
What I do is I don't like that. So I had this question earlier asked, like, you tweet this XYZ, and there are a lot of people that really follow what I do. And they think, like, AOP, you sit there and you think, like, how do you get people about XYZ? No, but I enjoy people thinking. And I enjoy people who like their ideas to be challenged. Okay? So those are the types of people that I want to attract. Is that somebody that's going to look at it and they disagree with me. That's really what I think. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that she's up there at that age. It's kind of crazy that nobody sees that. And it's
Is everybody on this stage right now? The ones that we know. Is everybody subscribed to Fred?
No, because I got left by my husband and I'm broke ass right now, but I will already sent you a message about it. Dude, I'm like broke. Now I give it about 10 minutes. I'm not going there. I've lost 30 pounds. I'm telling you what, one great thing about dieting is go broke. I got skinny, so thank you very much. You know it's not too long.
Yeah, I just remind everybody, man. Remind everybody, listener, that I'm speaking for $3. Thank you, Fred.
She's unforgettable. It might be currency exchange too, depending on what state you're in.
Marker Petito.
Here.
Mister, please, what did you say about the local San Francisco cigar? But that can't be the local tomorrow morning.
करने के गेस्ट लोग देख रहे होते हैं तो यार थोड़ा सा ट्रेन ये सब engaging in such behavior क्योंकि आप अपने मुल्क के प्रेसिडेंट हो बाहर बैठे हुए तो तीसरी चीज ये होती है कि जो आपके इदारे हैं जो पाकिस्तान के इदारे जो पाकिस्तान को इस वक्त जो है उसकी सलामती के लिए दिन रात काम कर रहे हैं उनको पता है बेटर ट्रस्ट अगर आप उनके अगेंस्ट खड़े होने की कोशिश करेंगे आप उनको वीक कर रहे हो आप उनको स्ट्रॉन्ग करने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहे हो दूसरों को चांस दे रहे हो कि वो आपके अंदर आके आपके मुल्क के अंदर जो है वो इस तरह का साथ फैलाए जो इस वक्त फैला हुआ और अगेन आपको एक चीज याद रखनी है कि आपने अपने मुल्क को रिप्रेजेंट करना है मैं हैरान इसी वजह से बार बार ये बात कहता हूँ पाकिस्तान में रह रहा है वो पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर रहा जो यहाँ बैठा हुआ है और इंक्लूडिंग माय सेल्फ ऐसे ऐसे चवल बैठे हुए हैं कि जिनको पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री का ABC पता नहीं होता और यहाँ बैठ के गोरों के सामने हमें बदनाम कर रहे हो पाकिस्तान ये तो पाकिस्तान वो तो ये चीज है कि ओन करें अपने मुल्क को यार बड़ी मुश्किल से बड़ी कुर्बानियों बाद ये मुल्क जो है हमें हासिल हुआ है और नहीं कदर करेंगे
Just to bridge over to Solana, I just was curious to know what you think about that. It's not right now. If you're in Phantom, you open up Phantom, and if you've got USDC on ETH and you want to take USDC on Solana, you click one button and it's done inside your wallet. And if you don't have any Solana and you need a little bit for the gas, you can easily click the button and it'll actually take a little bit of your USDC and make you some Solana. And it's all directly inside the wallet. So if you're a Phantom user,
Maybe on our side, yeah, man. Thanks for this here. Yeah, from the slumber,
it's a tough position, like being the top of the most, compatible wallet, and the space is like literally, think about like 1 month ago to now, 2 months ago to now. I mean, I'm sure you have people like, when can I, trade the tap protocol? Like, when can I see these tokens? Like, you guys have to have infinite work. I mean, I'm definitely, you guys have your work cut out for you, but this seems like a very important thing to prioritize. So, very much appreciate you sharing that, Jan. And obviously, as the co-host of the show and expert insider, we always try to.
I'm sorry, Adam. I'm sorry I wasted your time. Well, perhaps I would say I don't know how else we could ever pay you back. You mess with me. I would be glad to pay back. You paid $50. You could have seen pushing on me, ain't that? All the way. I would check. Yeah, we man, so fun like you need this. My man. That's the man. Wonderful, marvelous. Just
right. Honey badger was in the house.
Well, actually, I just want to kind of add that to his point. So after they changed the algorithm last, and the new algorithm is meant to favor smaller accounts. That doesn't mean it's not a Robinhood service principle. It's not taking anything away from larger accounts. It is meant to, encourage people to stay on the platform that have small accounts because, we've all been there when our accounts were small. You feel like you're just yelling into the wind when nobody, interacts with your. Anyway, interacts with what you have to say. But so going back to that, what I noticed in my own account, in which it was actually explained to me later that I am considered a mid-size account still, I saw my engagement quadruple that weekend, And then also, I'm kind of my own, how do you say, my reply guy. So if people, I always interact with the people that, comment under my posts and stuff. I saw them get a huge bump too, and that is huge bumps because I know so many tremendous small accounts that are they're wonderful people. They've given me more than I've given them. Let's put it that way, and they've increased their follower count like by 1,000. Like it is in this in just like a very short period of time, not even in a month. But most of that growth came in the last few weeks.
That's really good. You're gonna get the monetization. That's really it. So if you're somebody who's interested in monetizing your account, growing your impressions, I think Chuck G mentioned that he got 250,000 impressions on one of the comments underneath that. So if you want to, accelerate the growth, there's a lot more in it for you guys than there is for us. I think there's this conspiracy theory out there that the big accounts are saying subscribe to us because I make money. I don't make. Look, guys, I get paid. I think it's something like $1,000 a month from my subscribers revenue. That's nothing, guys. I'm not sure that's fair, but that's nothing. It's a very small piece of what we do. But you're going to get for $4. You're going to get access to replies from the account. You're going to see faster, and you're going to be able to become more to the conversation. What's going on there? Okay, so I think it's a great way. So Culture Critic is following back anybody who subscribes to him, and I'll do the same as well. Click on our profile pictures, hit the subscribe button, and I'm going to give people a follow back. All right, Ronaldo, man, I know you had a question earlier. Do you want to add to that question?
I just wanted to ask about engagement because obviously I'm a small account and I do want to grow and I'm in it for the long run. And I just want to know, how do I maximize engagement, because I don't really dig engagement groups so much because it seems spammy. People just spam and just say things that don't even make sense on the post, and it makes me look stupid. So I just want to ask.
Look, there's no real. Look, the real hack is to like the shit. That's the real hack. Okay, so at the early stages of the game, though, how many followers you have? Let me look at your profile. You've got 500 followers. So you need to play more of an outbound game. You need to be networking with people.
What Azuki is doing, particularly with beans, is just a different approach, and that is, to have the demand be such that people see it, in anime or whatever, and then they're able to, of their own accord, travel down that sort of beans rabbit hole. If they are particularly drawn to that aspect of the Azuki ecosystem IP, and there's lore there, there's community there, like I said a minute ago. So I'm definitely not disagreeing with you insofar as there has been, I guess there hasn't been a lot of development on that front, but I think price fluctuation between the drop, which was free to holders, and now doesn't have a ton to do, because you can obviously take data points and single points in time and extrapolate off of what was happening at that particular aspect.
Bishop couldn't go out first.
I want to add one part on the user side of like, okay, there's so many L2s, how do we bring the users in and stuff? And the parallel that I have been thinking about, and also like hoping to feedback on this, is the crypto experience today is you can think of every chain like a website, but for you to switch from one website to another website, you got to change your Wi-Fi. That's a crazy experience, right? Like, so the way we think of the super chain is we're building a browser where it's all in one. There's multiple different chains, which means people from base can easily just play a game on Ape Chain, vice versa. You can get like, let's say someone creates something really new, like a new wallet type thing on base, like because the OP stack is using the same code base, Ape Chain also has that. Because of public good funding, there's content creators and the likes being constantly retroactively like rewarded through these like retro funding rounds, so you can create a sustainable ecosystem. We also do a lot of different like collaborative events. So we did this thing called Super Hack in August, where there's like thousands of devs, launched 300 different projects across Base, OP Mainnet, and Zora. This is another thing, right? It's like we can kind of bring the masses together and actually like work together to expand a larger piece of pie and actually bring in new users entirely. And I think one thing.
This money for the dream platform. Cannot be more. All will help on my journey. Bye-bye. Goodbye, children. Thank you very much. Thanks. Bye.
My parents have a farm. Not big like this one, but they have a nice farm.
How is it without her?
Well, I'll make me a rabbi.
Why?
Why? I think we had enough farmers. What a wonderful
Simple Simon says, put your fingers on your nose. Simple Simon says, no laughing. Simple Simon says, put your fingers on your nose. Simple Simon says, put your fingers on your nose. Don't bother me, honey. Simple Simon says, you don't have to laugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? I want you all to stay calm and listen, because I'm only going to say this once. First thing is, don't turn around. There's a man behind you with a big shotgun, and he don't care to be recognized. Them that don't believe me's going to die. All right, now. All put your hands on top of your head. Good. That's real good. Now, we're all going to play like we're in church. Got something for the collection, sir?
Very kind. Ma'am? Thank you. Thank you very much. Ma'am? Thank you. Well, thank you all very much. Jake, I'm jumping here. You go at the next bed. Remember, folks, best way to keep your hands on top of them. And don't turn around. Better to give than to receive, folks. Everybody laugh! Don't you get the joke? Simple, sis. Everybody gotta laugh.
It's difficult to explain that a Jew can't ride on a Saturday. And for a Jew, Saturday begins on Friday.
Name? Funny rookie fellow. Yes. Yes. We ever work on railroad before? No, this is the first time for me. You sure talk funny. Yes. Yes. Even more. Name? That's your full time down.
We open up big restaurant. 1 year, making up money to buy it. And we can go open a big joint in San Francisco.
To show me where to buy a horse. Yeah. How you going to find your buckle, please? Just show me where to buy a horse.
You crazy Jeffrey! This American rush! It ain't safe! I won't get one! Oh, yes, you will! Goodbye! Goodbye, Taco! Goodbye, Mr. Payne! Hey, wait, Horsey! Wait, Horsey! Take it easy!
Catch it. Let's take it slow.
What's up, Snow?
Slow.
It's not 100% objectively intuitive is the point I'm making here, and you just have to kind of be kind of understanding that this is ultimately how do we interpret these words that in my opinion are somewhat subjective, like what is inflection, what is a release date, what are these things, right? And we don't have objective ways to define it yet. We just don't, right?
The thing for me is like to me it really doesn't matter. Like the thing is it's like we're all here building together, and these tools that like OCN created that
Come back! Come here, Horsey! I'll be good to you, I'll be nice! I'll be nice for you! I'll let you back! I'll give you a nice job! Come here, mate! I don't want to hurt you! I just want to make you kosher! Yesterday, we could have had roast chicken. Let's do it. Way to go, Don. Where are you coming from? Back there. You're from California. California, that right? Lost State.
Look at this, it's other sister. I've never seen that before. It's Christian. Sure, talk. God.
Bowling. That near Pittsburgh? Oh, that's good. Czechoslovakia. Oh, yeah. And you're going to California? Yes. Excuse me. In the morning, would you be kind enough to point out in which direction is San Francisco? Good. In that case, would you like to fight for that last fish? Think you got a chance? I think I can say with complete confidence, none whatsoever. But I'm still hungry. Thanks. What you call this kind of fish? That's trout. That's trout. It's got a lot of bones. You got family waiting for you? I'm promised a wife when I get to San Francisco, but I haven't ever met him. Very ill. Never seen him. I never say I never seen him, but then I never met him. He sent me a picture before I left home. Oh, well. That's nice. You son of a gun.
Show me that shirt. That's our shirt.
Nice cowboys.
Ooh, wow. Do whatever it takes to help what's Ooh, smells like schmegma.
Well, meeting up with you, Bart.
Nice meeting up with you,
Well,
Got it straight?
Oh,
can you dig it?
right from this tree, I had straight north 5 or 6 feet till I come to the platform. Then I make a left for 2 days. That way I avoid the Indians. Then I cross the river, and I make a short right away from the mountain. Once I get to the desert, I just continue straight as this till I come to the ocean. Take a left, keeping the ocean on my right shoulder, and just hot tail right in the center. Good? Well, I hope you make it. All right, go, Bossy.
Speak any Mexican there?
No, why do you ask?
All I can. Just curious.
If you should ever come to San Francisco, I hope that you call on me and we can talk over some nice times. Come on, Orsi.
Hey. That way.
That way. Of course, I know it's that way. But first, I have to go around that big log before I can go that way. You must turn the horse so quick that no accidents happen. You've got to start nice and slow. Way you get off on the right foot. Hey! What kind of crazy horses they got?
What do you call this in Jewish?
Tuchis.
You keep your eyes on this too. Don't take them off till I tell you. My eyes, I can tell it. Shit! Don't get no closer to that edge, Rabbi. What kind of word is that? What word? You always say she it at a certain moment. She it. Well, that's what you must have a word in your language. What do you say when you get really took by surprise? Boy, give up. Boy, cabal. Yeah. That's it. That's what she is. What she is? Yeah, that makes sense. Slow, horsey. Well, this is it. Where are you going? Back down the river 2 miles. Good place to cross. Going over here? Here. Here's a good place to dive, but it ain't a good place to cross the river. We just jump in and swim straight across. Simple as fun. Kill yourself. Go ahead. I don't like the odds. It takes a long way. That shouldn't be so difficult. Wait a minute! Where you going, Horsey? Whoa! I didn't say we had to go yet! Whoa! Whoa! Oh no! Oh no! Whoa! Whoa! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi! I know what's coming! Shit! Yeah! Hey! That snake could have killed me! Damn me if you can do it right. Help! Leave it alone! No, Rabbi, one crazy bastard. Remember, I'm the kind of person when he says he's going to do something, he does it. You gotta get him deep, huh? He could be laying out there somewhere dead in the wilderness. Why don't you come? Talking about my future son. Somebody maybe should have mind shut him in. Rosalie! Rosalie! Get your sister away from that idiot!
I'm not fixing it. I'm not fixing it.
This is a nice little town. Cold, but nice. Yeah. I guess. I don't think that fellow is 100%. I'll see if I can find us a place to stay. That place pretty cheap. Yeah, pretty cheap. I know it's supposed to be fancy, but it's got a roof. Like you say, it's cheap. Just stay here for a couple months, then head south. No, I wasted too much time on that. They banged on your head. on Saturday.
Told you it's against my religion to lie on the Sabbath. One of the things you love to do is die.
Real mountains up there. That's a real blizzard built up. I'm telling you, we can't make it.
I could make it. Damn. I ain't gonna let you talk to you. It's just impossible. Every goddamn Indian knows that. Every goddamn trapper knows that. You don't like it when I jump in with you. You ain't gonna talk me into it this time. Am I trying to talk you into anything? Nice. And thanks for everything you did for me. Up until the time I needed you the most.
Don't wake me in the morning.
I'll try to be as quiet as possible.
What do you think now, Rabbi?
Go.
See it in winter.
In the Talmud, it says, find thyself a teacher. This I have done. However, there are times I fear that even time.
What up, baby? What up, baby?
You got on? We just roasted it. No, pick one. Boom. Come here. Closer.
Hey, we are doing this to keep warm, aren't we?
Uh-huh.
In that case, you can put your arms around me.
Here, darling.
That's better. I think we found the guy. What a wonderful place. There are no walls around this city. You don't have to worry about the soldiers coming in from the next town and killing people. You know, I think this is the West. We're in the Wild West here. Just like the books I read in photos. This is a wonderful city. They got banks and restaurants. They got merchants of all kinds here. Look at the people. How they're dressed. I think those are cowboys. Howdy. Howdy.
Pull up here.
I got a little bit of one to take care of. Hold on, boys.
I'll be right back.
In early morning hours in Long Beach, man tried to rob a business there, fired several gunshots during the crime. No one was hit. It was on Long Beach Boulevard around 4:30 this morning.
Move it! Look at me! We just robbed the bank!
What did you say?
We just robbed the bank!
What do you mean we?
The bank! They just robbed the bank! Where you go?
any money in the bank, but they robbed it. Go get them in your bank. $5 a man when we get to $5. I'll go for 11. 11. All right, you bastards. $11. Let's go.
Get comfortable. We can't stop here.
Cyber Monday first came about 1994.
How could you do this to me?
That's what I do. I'm a bank robber.
But you make me a bank robber.
So what? You get your half.
Get out of my life.
Well, there's a lecture out for you.
Get out of my life! Get out! I don't want you here! Get out of my life!
Take it easy. Take it easy. Better cool off.
Guns? If we're shooting them under?
Yeah, you can't do like the Amazon homepage. And they'll go to
Sure, crazy. I'm a bank robber. Well, I'm a bank, but I'm crazy.
You ain't no bank robber. All you did was hold the horses.
Tell them that.
Sure. They listen. Yeah, listen. Then they'll hang you.
And what if I get back the money?
Be your ass.
Matters called stupid. Monkey Monkey probably is the first to stay, and all this is stupid. How dare you? Appreciate your take, Blaine. I'll always appreciate when you come up here on the show. If you're doing well, it's good to turn on.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. That's all I have to say. I think that we're in a good spot. We have like these little studios all compared to Hollywood. So when Pulp Fiction came out, what it did, as soon as it did, subsequently, a lot of bullshit studios copied that model, right? And that's all they do. Chasing past magic. That's what Hollywood's about. That's what we do in our life. That's what we do in this space. So, to me, my opinion, I'm sure about it, but don't think that having a cryptocurrency is necessary. In fact, I think there could be many of them. And right now, to me, I think OMP is one of those. OCM is one of those. Node monks could be possibly one of those. And that's fucking great. People give a shit about there being one. It'll come to us. It's not fucking important. There are great little studios that I think like are founders of different projects that are just doing amazing shit. And that's the least of our importance is to fucking have a conversation about what this past magic is. You know, it's new magic going forward to me. So, innovate. The past is useless. It's useless. The only thing good about the past is like don't touch that stove or don't date that girl or that guy. Or and so that's what I gotta say. Cheers.
Definitely some hot takes in there. Appreciate you coming up there, Ron. Let's go to Charlie. I want to hear what Charlie has to say here.
What's up?
Well, we can't. But the park behind the sunrise, catch on to what there is. There. That'll be $320 each. Not bad.
And then I took it out, and I just remember where I got the recipe originally. It's like,
I mean, choose some. Tell you the truth, I never figured you was going to take one.
And good for you. You've been able to slip by. Congratulations. But there's a lot of people, on this application that spend their time preventing books, myself, Alex, Block, people that are hosting spaces. There's a lot of people on this app that go out of their way to try to prevent
us individuals from being successful in this space. Not just making money, any level of success. They will go out of their way to prevent it. And how do they do that? Well, they're gonna start DMing everybody that interacts with our tweets. They're gonna start DMing our followers. They're gonna be creating new group chats. They're gonna be botting our spaces. They're gonna be botting our tweets. They're gonna be going into other spaces that are unrecorded and spreading rumors because they do not want certain people in this space to be successful. And it's not even always about the money, because in Web3 there's this weird thing here that is true. There's truth to it. In Web3 on crypto Twitter, engagement on your tweets, not directly, but in a way, is correlated to the amount of money that you make. And I mean it, right? You get a ton of engagement on your tweets, it creates opportunity for you to make money. It doesn't mean you're going to make money, but if your engagement is great, brands are going to reach out to you. Projects are going to reach out to you. They're going to want AMAs. They're going to want promo. It's going to open up doors to you. So getting your engagement up and building up a good profile is a way to make money.
Well, I know that, but don't tell me you ain't gonna ride today. I ain't gonna ride today. I asked you not to tell me that, but I'm telling you, this ain't no ordinary Saturday. Why is this Saturday different
about how to get your profile going? But first off, if you have good engagement, people are going to assume you're making money. On other platforms, it's not as direct. Just because I get 1 million views on TikTok doesn't mean that I'm making money from it. It really doesn't mean so. If I get 100,000 views on YouTube, doesn't mean I'm making money. If I get 10,000 likes on Instagram, it doesn't mean I'm making money. But in Web3, the correlation to engagement to money is very linear. It's a very strong relationship. So if you're getting hundreds of likes on your tweets, people are going to assume that you're making money. And because it's such a small space versus YouTube, versus TikTok, versus Twitch, because Web3 is such a small space, if you're getting a lot of engagement, other people are going to assume that you're taking money out of their pocket, which is completely false. It is 100% false. But they're going to assume that, wow, Books is getting a ton of engagement on his GMs, or wow, Block has been doing his spaces every single day on a roll. He has a big community behind him. They're going to assume that because others are being successful, that they're taking money out of your pocket. Now, is that correct? Absolutely fucking not. That's the completely wrong way to look at it. What would be the correct solution? Well, I'm just going to work harder. I'm going to put more time into my tweets. I'm going to start tweeting every single hour, every single day, getting my shit up, getting my engagement up, building my community, building my following, hosting spaces every day. That would be the correct solution to this problem. But how do most people think? They think that, I need to actually go and take them out. I need to snipe them out of the competition. If the world worked in a competitive landscape where people tried to achieve more in order to win versus take others down, then we would have a much better society, in my opinion. We'd have a much more advanced society. However, with social media, and with Web3 in particular, I would say that the majority of people use the method of trying to take out successful competition versus simply being the best themselves. Now, there's a cringy quote about it, which I've said before. Two ways to build the tallest building in town. Number one, you simply build the tallest building. Number two, you try to blow up everyone else's building so yours is the tallest standing, even if it's 1 story tall. Now, most people would rather go around and privately DM others, go talk shit on unrecorded spaces, socially engineer people one-on-one. They would rather do that than go make it happen for themselves. And that's the reality of the space. I can't change it. I'm not going to be able to go to every bucket hat wearing influencer with dreadlocks in New York City. No.
Not me, sir. Yeah, they ate something.
How'd you know?
It's been 4 days. So they ate something. Relax.
What's that?
Let's go.
Go, Hoshi!
Eat tea, you know, you idiot.
Oi, oi, oi! Go, Hoshi! Gee, Nick! Rick! Rick, can't they see that we're friends? What did they want?
Wanted our horse, gun, cows, our heads. Wanted our asses, that's what we wanted.
Why? What did we do?
Shit, I've been white men so long, they don't ask questions anymore. Or massive as I can tell you that.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
Oh, God. The car!
Wait, damn it, wait! I ain't going with you this time, goddammit! That was more when you flew in the agreement, and they would have come back and kill you! I ain't going this son of a bitch! Who's asking you? So long, fucker! Have a nice funeral! You dumb asshole! I don't want to die, please. I never did anything wrong.
Jewish rabbi. Come from far away across the big ocean. I usually read much books about India.
You don't speak English very well.
Holy Beach speaks to the spirits every morning and every night. He's so good, kind, and gentle. Just a sweetheart of a man. Well, even when we robbed the bank and the posse was chasing him, he wouldn't run it Saturday. Because that's his holy day. We want to make his spirit angry. Rain! I mean, buckets of rain coming down day after day. I don't know what the hell we're going to do with all this stuff. And if you want to talk about snow,
You came for this.
Yes.
I have read this book. What do you call this book?
Good talk. Good.
and your clothes.
Yes?
And everything else you own?
Yeah, everything. I have no knife.
Missiles were fired hours after the nation pursued 5 armed individuals who fled the center. Special command says missiles landed about 10 nautical miles from the ship. There have been numerous attacks on U.S. entities in the region since the start of the war there. But they said initially that they didn't know if they were being targeted, but they landed 10 nautical miles away. Well, actually, like, if you were trying to shoot them, don't you think you'd get closer than 10 miles away? That's why they say they're so good at this area. So what were they shooting at? That's a great question. And why are they shooting back? Yeah, no, that's the bigger question. That opens up the whole thing. We're not. In the United States, American men and women in uniform in those areas around the Middle East, whether it's Syria or Iraq, have been targeted repeatedly. Right. And our response has been,
I let you go. And I keep the torch.
I don't know that. I don't know why you're not responding this way.
No!
A couple of power aspects. Oh, good. I'm not sure because I have to have the folks see where we go at 10:30. Earlier tomorrow, of course, is our first annual restaurant down to see you will be broadcasting our show and every show basically 5 in the morning to 10 o'clock.
Rabbi with no knife. Brave man.
I didn't realize I said that. I'm talking about the auction item for Rabbi Hobart.
Stick to India.
An owl with him.
Just move your mouth.
I mean, that was really
Now this is a good thing. Wonderful and nice day.
Nice does not make rain. Yes or no? Can your God make rain?
Yeah,
That's right.
why? Because that's not his department. But if he wanted to, he could. Yes. Don't say my God. It's your God too. But there's only one God. What does he do? He can do anything. Then why can't he make rain? Because he doesn't make rain. He gives us strength when we're suffering. He gives us compassion when all that we feel is hatred. He gives us courage when we're searching around blindly like little mice in the darkness. But he does not make rain. Of course, sometimes just like that, he'll change his mind. What's the matter with you? I love to see you eating fruit. I'm telling you, watch out.
It bothers me, it annoys me to the point where you are so bored
Good. I don't know what the recipe is. This is good. What do Jewish people do to express joy? Just like me. And then, just like this. Me? Oh, I'm not very good dancer. Feel joy. Yes, I do. Very much. Show me. Please. Dance with me. Well, I'll take a clap. Oh. Hey! Hey! I want him to dance with you. He is going to show you how his people dance. Well, ready on the Tommy? 8, 3, 9, here, deep, up, and go. Everybody dance. Always with the left foot first. First we start slow. Then we're gonna do some nice footwork. That's it. That's good with the hands. Watch that lady. I think that lady's a Jewish Indian. Just have a little fun and don't you worry what the neighbors are thinking. Or watch the left. Try to keep your time meeting other boys and girls. That's it. Just get a message from your feet. And talk to you all the time. I'll tell you, if you could move the waist and the hips a little bit, you'll be very happy with the result. Then walk for the left shoulder out. That's the way we do it. Both country and hold out tight. Here we go. And don't get hurt. Move a little back. Listen to the beat. Say, whoa, never let you down. Get ready for the jump. Now we do a jump. A little bitty jump. That's the way we do it. Try a little jumping. 1, 2, 3. And get ready for a trick. Here we go. Left hand, one side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Left hand, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, huh? Oh, good. What did I tell you about that stuff? You think I'm talking to you? Did I tell you something? I'm not talking for my own health. You know, my experience, you know, listen to practice. Never say anything. Ever? See, what's the thing about they stop talking. Now, there's old man here, Father Joseph. He ain't smoked 45 years. 45 years? What? How do they? What if they're playing cards? They want to ask the buyer something. What do they do? 45 years? How can you live that long without ever asking a person one question? Good. You like this move?
And Mr. Clayton, ask here, it's 710 north and south of the
I know not to ask any
southbound side. But in particular, the 710 Long Beach Freeway southbound as you approach the 405, it's going to be a very heavy drive, trying to go down the but they're definitely connected. Close down the big bridge is on its side, another one is
Sorry.
Now, see, and I know, the close down to the 91, the westbound side from Imperial Highway to the 55 Costa Mesa Freeway. Clear Valley is there for you. You can see northbound Alessandro University to Ontario. You got a stall on the North 15. Let's see here. The left lane was taken away. It's stop and go down to the 60. And you look at that area, the South 547 road. There's vehicle 5 up there. Lane block here. A mile or so back up there. It's don't be your window. Not even left side. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Eva. Anytime they have American Vision windows, I'm telling you, these are the best windows ever.
You're welcome.
8 windows in our house, American Vision windows, and they are by far the best windows I've ever had in any house I've ever lived in. They're the only windows that keep the sound out, and if you heat inside in the winter, it'll keep the outside in the summer. Plus, they do match the outside of the home. It's perfect.
You getting back the money? Yep. Yep. Well, that ain't the American way. What's more, now you ain't got room. Well, now what you do? I'm gonna rob that Wells Fargo office. Tell me it's you.
going to dance. You go on. Oh, thanks. I know. Hope you don't mind if I walk. Stranger in town? Welcome to the Red Dog. I like your piano playing. Ain't you got the dirt? Yeah, you want to get back? No more bets, please. Come on, Brad, the winner again. Hey, what the hell you doing, mister? What's your hold this for? We'll wait too long, man. Come on, you gotta win it. Let's go, man. Come on, Brad, they're winning. They win. I want back my money. I know you from something. You must be local. I wanted my $200. So. All right. No more bets, please. No more bets. I don't want to hurt nobody. I just want my money. I'll kill you. It was just to get your attention. Can't be hurt. You ready, Mr. Jones? All ready. Now, wait. Are you ready? What do you want to buy? He's gonna do the beer battle. We haven't done that one in a couple of months. Come on now, don't mess up his funny beard. Oh, you break the bucko's face. Oh, don't break the bar. I hope he's got enough money to pay for it. Nobody moves.
$200 on the bar.
In Iowa, over 60
Oh,
strong showing in Iowa. Other people that would donate to Republican candidate that's not Donald Trump, I have to imagine there's a bunch of people that are waiting on the sidelines. They're waiting to see who is going to be the one that comes out of those first couple of
And you?
offices or the primary
How much?
$82.
Get it up.
Money into it. And Nikki Haley is, how we talked about in the last couple of weeks, Nikki Haley is on the upside. And it's to maintain that going into
We're all
Iowa,
down now.
I don't know exactly, but it is something to keep an eye on. We'll talk about George Santos when we come back. We'll also talk about the upcoming debate that Sean Hannity is going to host between Gavin Newsom
Yeah.
and DeSantis.
3 of you.
Before the vote.
Go away.
Ah, that's right, the finale.
I'm going to close your eyes.
Something else, I did not put it right. I did something else coming up on Thursday too, isn't there?
Need the rest.
Any good?
I doubt it.
Yes, son.
The latest track record, but I don't know. It's Dallas and Seattle. It's more complex when we come back. Gary Down and Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The LA Times is taking legal action against the city of LA. Their records of sexual harassment and other misconduct by fire department members. That the newspaper says are being wrongfully withheld. LA Times medical examiner Dr.
You're a nice man. I got you $200. What?
well, in that case, let's go out and have a little fun. I'm game.
Well, cut. It's just like I told you. Right at that big tree. They left for a couple days. Sharp right. And straight as piss. Here comes the ocean.
Who would have dreamed it could be so simple?
You don't know me. Next time you see me, I'm going to kick your ass all the way back to Poland.
Why wouldn't I know you? You going away someplace?
Yeah. When we say goodbye, you follow that beach for a day and a half and be in San Francisco. You don't need me no more.
Where are you going?
I'm going that way. Sutter's Mill. The gold is.
There's going to be this makes freeway southbound right before Dyer Road. The left lane blocked by
I don't want you to go.
come up on it. The real close to Long Beach right now on the 710 southbound.
Well, I gotta go.
There's a north 405 that's to be blocked here by Carolina.
Well, I got people to see.
Traffic goes from Long Beach Boulevard to South.
Thanks to, I like living.
Who's going to be the best man at my wedding?
What do you mean? That's for one of your Jewish friends. You gotta pick your best friend for this.
Well, I'm my best friend.
Best friend? Wow.
Now listen to me, cuz. You keep your eyes on this tucker. Don't you take them off till we get to San Francisco.
Swimming lessons over.
Time for a little comeuppance, boys. Damn you, Lord. Oh, hold on.
Drop the gun! Get the gun! It's in the sand! Don't grab the other gun! Shoot him! You're gonna kill him! Shoot him! Shoot him, Abram! He's going for the other gun! Shoot him! For Christ's sake, shoot him! Help me! You gotta kill him! Shoot him! Shoot him, Abram! Shoot him! Don't you understand? He's going for the other gun! Don't let him grab that gun! Don't let him grab the other gun! There! Stay right there!
Oh, that's bad. No whiskey. Get the saddlebags. I'll show you how to mix me up. All right. Give me the saddlebag.
Got to show you the way.
They did fire gunshots at the post, but there were no injuries. The mayor of Paris
Must be something in English.
was pretty quicker. They called it a gigantic global tour that was destroying our democracy by spreading out your political flow. That was not, that some of more South American artists cross, known, of course, the Venus Brothers and the Teenage Puppy stuff, and the original Brian and Andy show, and the guy in the six that did the show. But my understanding is that this cross, this big ticket, Lakers and against Phillies tonight, I think it's every 6 years, but this is Monday night football. You've got the Bears against the Vikings. Has become the Mary Magdalene of the country.
Well, it's sure a pretty day. Yes?
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Judges that ethnic committee report that came out was slanderous. Claims that they're trying to force him out. He said that Michael Guest, the chair of the ethics committee, is weaponizing his position and publishing his pieces. Mary Magdalene, if you're unfamiliar, refers to the woman in the Bible. She was a Jesus Christ follower. He was a friend. He exorcised demons from her. She was often depicted as a prostitute. But she was later sainted. She was later honored as a saint in many Christian circles. She used to also be the hit girl in political circles. So was somehow so completely no longer valued by his colleagues. Yeah. circles were like, oh my God, you were the big girl. Everybody wanted you. And then nobody wanted you. Everybody wanted him.
Howdy.
At any point, did anybody want George Santos at the front of their convention or anything?
Howdy.
George Santos would be the first one
Howdy.
in
How do? Hello there. Well, I want no. Well, now dang it, man. My name is Tommy Lillard, and I come from Texas. I come from Texas, and excuse me if I gave you a little start there. I was a little startled there for a second. What do you want? Well, I came to bring this thing here for Mr. Bender, and I got the right house. You do? I'm his daughter? Yeah. No. Oh, you're the daughter. You're the Bender daughter. Oh. Howdy.
Would you care to come in?
Well, I would like to, but thanks, no, because I got a friend waiting. And my other friend, the Rabbi, asked me to bring this here. I can bring this to your father.
What is it?
This thing. I don't know. I think it's some kind of Torah.
Torah?
Yeah, I think that's what he called it.
So where is he?
Who?
The rabbi.
Where's the rabbi? Oh, where's the rabbi? The rabbi? Well, I don't know where. And the last time I seen him, I was busting my britches in the cabin. And my friend the rabbi asked me if I should ever come Frisco way, would I drop by this house and do him this favor. Anyway, it was nice to make your acquaintance, ma'am, and I'd
Something wrong?
no. It's just I didn't know that your eyes would be so bright.
How would you know that?
How would you know that? That's right. How could I know that? I couldn't know that. Well, I better get going. I hate to keep my sidelines, so I'll just give you that to give to your father.
Wait.
Papa? No, don't call the Papa. I really better get my ass out of here. So thanks, and adios for everything.
Wait, Papa! Wait! Wait! Somebody who you think you can see, and the whole the Santa does see. Because Newsom doesn't have nearly the name of the Biden, I suppose. It's the Santa who's telling you.
I don't understand you, man. You don't eat. You're gonna serve with your strength. That piece of meat, you ought to have it. You ought to eat something to make it.
You go up and change, and we'll go together. Tell your people that the new rabbis are. All right? I can't be a rabbi. Just don't say that again. Not everywhere I've been going to get your goddamn ass here alive. I shot that man. I hope you're dead. You understand that, you ignorant asshole? You do understand that. He's going to kill you, then he's going to kill me, am I right? And he shot that son of a bitch. That was not a sin. What the hell are we talking about? When those men were shooting at you, I ran to save the Torah. So, I understand that. You're a man of God. I understand that.
I wasn't thinking about God. I didn't do it because of God. I don't know one thing about God. I was thinking about a book. I cared more for a book than I did for my best friend. I don't know if you can understand that. I don't want to insult you, but do you understand what I mean? I chose to be in favor instead of you. I know that you do. good man. I am a good man. I am. But I'm not a rabbi. I'm not a rabbi. I'm a card player and a foreman. That's what I am. You, crawl in the mud, slip on grass, you can travel in the wrong direction. But even if you're in the wrong direction for a little while, you're still a rabbi. That's what you are. Right? If I'm who I am, how come you ain't what you are? Goddamn good to have a say. You look me in the eye and you answer. Don't you dare sit there and not answer me. You better have an answer, please.
Investigators with the LA County Sheriff's Department say Eduardo Escobedo was one of two gunned down in the industrial area of Willowbrook. Officials say Escobedo was killed during a party around Wednesday. The 13-year-old specific motive wasn't given. Escobedo was with by the local
One of the most famous scenes of all time. So good.
I'm Shulek. My name is Shmuel Bender. The president of the Shul based Israel. Gesagt, dass unser neuer Rebbe ist umgekommen. Go see it. Funny, you don't look like a rabbi. I just traveled 3,000 miles across this country, and I was thanking my best friend for getting me here alive. My name is Avram Belinsky, and I come from a small village in Poland. And don't you judge people by their appearance. We have a rabbi! Excuse me, Rabbi. Please forgive me. I am very, very happy to see you. Let's have a drink, for God's sake. Hey, wait a minute. Spain, from the building. What do you have? Whiskey for everybody! Rabbi, this is Mrs. Bender. And this is my younger daughter, Rosalie. I know that our marriage agreement, I mentioned my other daughter, Sarah Min.
Heavy traffic for the 710 Long Beach Freeway, southbound, west of 105 Century Freeway, transfer out to the right, stop traffic from Florence. And here's the good news, they canceled this final on Long Beach Express 710 southbound, and it's here now, at the followforfollow.
You know, about the things that you can just switch one from right or not from right, but no, that isn't that way. So, please, don't feel obligated to that.
And you know what else is that? Wendy's peppermint frosty. So put some time for yourself and just like to dance and speak it here. Choose wisely. Wendy's peppermint frosty. Whether it's download or participate in the US program, Wendy's frosty will keep ready and available.
You know, Rabbi should be
RedLoveBooking.com.
I'd like to dance with his fiance, Ken.
Listen good.
Are you a business owner tired of the hassle of the workers' compensation renewal process?
Can't kill my brother.
Annual rate increases? Look no further.
Me and him gonna have a fair fight. Ain't gonna be no advantage statement here.
There's free
Hold on side.
developed by business owners.
I think I just want it down for the record.
Make the best buying decisions in a field fair fight. With our free online dashboard, you can now get more quotes, lower rates, and better services at your next workers' compensation renewal. That's right. CompShare's free online dashboard is designed to help you save time and money. Why pay more for workers' comp when you can pay less? So what are you waiting for? Register today for free and start saving. CompShare.net. Remember, CompShare does not sell insurance. Take back control of your
Terrible. This only one here got hurt with it.
Insure with CompShare. CompShare Insurance Solutions.
Rabbi?
What he says true.
All right, get outside, both. Got it, girl? There you go. Don't worry. You know this guy. This is the one you used to kill my brother Daryl with. Look, there's gonna be no advantage taken here.
Can't find AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Join us tomorrow at the White House restaurant. We will be celebrating the 13th annual KFI Pastathon. There's a bunch of option items too, so you know the drill. You go to pastathon.com if you want to donate. You don't have to go to a Smucky Final or a Wendy's, any of them. But the fun thing to do, the most fun one for us is to come out and hang out with us. We'll be there all day, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Like I said, there's tons of auction items here to bid on.
Make your move. Well, don't just stare at me. You ain't gonna get away with it like that. Oh, you stinking coward.
I would love to
Yellow bastard, draw! Draw my bastard head! That was just to get your attention! Now listen to me! The war's over! You understand that? No more killing! Reach for that pistol again, I'll fire it up! This ain't your fight! This is my fight! He killed my brother and I'm gonna kill him! You and your partner and your pig-faced brother ambushed us on the beach! And if the rabbi hadn't pulled the trigger, he'd have shot us both in cold blood!
Reach for it! Please!
Wait a second. Now wait a second. Let's talk this over. I'm not a rabbi for nothing. I think I have a solution. Just wait a second. This is a very big country. I'll tell you what I think is the best thing. I'll take San Francisco. You take the rest of America. And if you ever come back to this place again, I don't think you're going to get off so easy. Now get the hell out of here. Would somebody please show this poor asshole's way out of town? Crossed rivers, I've climbed high mountains. I was captured by wonderful Indians. I did so many things that God is truly pleased. And what's more, how many rabbis can say that they had a bank robber for our best man?
Music maestro, please!
information center. Complex traffic accident ruining your day. Visit fixautoUSA.com to find the nearest Fix Auto location. With highly trained and certified technicians will have you back on the road in no time. You're the choice on who fixes your vehicle. Tell your insurance agent that you want to go to Fix Auto. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to walk off effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out iHeartMedia to work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Life source to life is the whole water system out there. And now is a great time to buy Life Source Black Friday sale. Save up to $1,000. And take advantage of the lowest prices of the year. So call 1-800-WATER-99, 1-800-WATER-99, or visit likeforlike.com, likeforlike.com. That's 1-800-WATER-99. One is the supply. Take home turkey from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Buttermilk frozen turkey for 49 cents per pound when you spend $50 or more in store. If you're a Prime member, head to Amazon.com/fresh coupons to see more exclusive savings. Save on the whole spread at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Terms apply. This week's Mark Christmas. We learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm. The economy is tough for everyone. Taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have banking foundations across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local field at a national scale is so efficient and important for us. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Extra cash? Come and buy us. Happy to be able to do what we do with all that you do. We can set up a certificate offered by online accountants. Not to learn to pay for it. Allow you to have a 12-month certificate with 5.25 APY annual percentage yield with a low minimum deposit of $1,000. Fund your insurance up to $250,000. Plus a long payment to Friday loan. Benefit your savings today. Visit happymoney.com/Alliance. That's ALLIANC. The API active has to be a lifetime unpaid utility representative. First result message is about 15 to 30 days after the company is live with operating money. Take another profit. I'm Dave Roberts. As manager of LA's favorite ball club, I know something about winning seasons. Last winter was one of LA County's best for capturing stormwater, one of our most precious resources. After 3 years of drought, we captured enough stormwater to supply 3 million people for 1 year. But no two seasons are the same. That's why LA County's putting in the work now for a safe, clean, reliable water future. Find out more at waterforla.com. The kitchen store makes your dream kitchen. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com. Tired of your car's transmission acting up on road trips? Go to experts at Enco. Want you to laugh and stop at the next time you go down? Let Enco get you on the road in no time.
What is that?
Without experienced technicians with famous AA warranty, you'll be cruising down the highway with confidence. Don't get stuck on the side of the road. Visit AMCO today. The transmission experts. Drive with confidence. Drive with AMCO. That's AA and CO. iHeartRadio is your number one app for the holidays. Just open the app and search iHeart Holiday and start listening to your shows. 103.5 plus all kinds of other holiday stations, playlists, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Free. Never sounded so good. Portions of the following program will be recorded. If your lunch has a great breakfast, it's called Four Juices. Two eggs, two sausage, two bacon, two pancakes. I think that's the rename of it. It's what? The Five Juices. Or get a Belly Junior Show. I hate anything because I know live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
give everybody a headache. Next few days, we'll have moderately strong Santa Ana winds. Elevated fire conditions because of that low humidity. We're going to drop to 30 to 50. Isolated at 50 to 60 in that particular area.
Welcome to our Don't Be Lame Monday. I was talking about the video that was making its way around the internet yesterday. A guy in the small world. Oh, you're in I'm from Ohio. Looking pretty cool. But let some naked dudes run around about business food. What are you guys doing today? I'm confused. I'm going to weird.
Every time you ask me, what are you doing? It's really hard to tell. What are you doing? I'm like, I don't know if I'm doing that. Yeah, I know people over there. I know people over in Macy's guy just because he's out of that yard. I love the video. It brought me much to life. My favorite part was watching children take footage of him from the little phone.
You know. What? Really do. I swear my family's so ready. There's a giant everything comes on the wants to. Yo, the fucking Rothschild map. Pittsburgh is going to the cool East Coast. Doesn't hear another and anywhere. Bill fucking Murray, center of the universe. And you're the fucking Rothschild. Yeah. Center of the multiverse. So I say anyone else. Maybe they could be the shit. Center of the multiverse, perhaps. The lock is bleeding inside of the need for righteousness.
Thank you. So on Thanksgiving morning, excavator was shut down in an industrial area of Louisville, area along with another man. The third guy was also hit. He's still in the hospital with critical injuries. The sheriff's department has not yet released a notice, but I was talking to some of my sources at GBA this morning, and they are telling me that, typically in these kinds of cases, you only have two people. It's either retaliation hit us on time, cartel retaliation, or it was just my people at play during a party. There was a report that there had been a party going on in a warehouse area there, and that it was probably something to the party and guys get together with booze and drugs and alcohol, or alcohol with it, and all that stuff that someone found to somebody. So they're not clear of the motive. Shooter's still on the loose, third possibly. Now, what's interesting is that if there is any kind of retaliation here, all the agencies are worried that if this is a cartel hit, don't hear about cartel hit much here in Los Angeles, even though there's a pretty robust cartel. If it's here, it's, I don't know, but you don't hear a lot of that retaliation happening. The cartels try to keep it quiet because they don't want U.S. authorities to do it. So, one of the things that the DA is telling this morning is that the fact that it's not officially in California, and I figured most of Monday after a holiday, sure. So it could all could come, but so far cases have not been dispatched over there with reason that they possibly not cartel hit at any time. It's probably just a party on that. But like you mentioned in the beginning, Tomato has a pretty major player in the cartel business. This is the Sinaloa cartel, which is El Chapo's organization, and he was good buddies with El Chapo's oldest son. Now, Escobedo grew up in Los Angeles, and he quickly became a member of the cartel. He worked his way up pretty quickly. But the issue that he has, much like El Chapo, is that he brags a lot of his accomplishments. This guy was constantly posting photos on social media with celebrities on the TRUMAN or any weapon. He was posting pictures of himself with duffel bags, with passion, drinking Don Perignon, wearing name brand clothing. He's always at parties with naked. He's always at roller skates. And so this guy is flaunting his President 2018 as he became caught on the wiretap with a couple of his sons talking about smuggling more than 5 pounds of marijuana to his tunnel on the U.S.-Mexico border. And so he got out in 2018 and he said finally wants to give a business, including police trucks, other things. But so we get a notice in the city on Thursday. It says, they talk about the lineups that I've seen described as cars. I mean, you're talking about living a large, flamboyant lifestyle. $175,000 GRC Lambo, a Nissan GTR with $60,000 in modifications, another McLaren for $175,000. Bentley that he was in. But those were that's how he won the money. That was the money that he was out. And so that's why catalogers think that that's how he won the money. The Bible. And he had very expensive clothes. But he really lived long. Thank you. You all have a nice day. Thank you, Steve. Great to be with you. Peace out. Before we get to bid on the Unsolved Experience, starting tomorrow at 5 a.m. 500 a.m. Okay, Lane. Peace out. He said, don't jam. He pronounces it also Jeffrey. Can I tell you the quick joke? What happens when a vegetarian if you pick up on the snap? You win. When a vegetarian is really easy when you pick up on the snap. Yeah, you really are running away. Great. This from the pinnacle of being on time. Thanks, brother. What? Who wins? Oh, society. The really will be one of the greatest stimulating doctors. And the KOST HD2. Live everywhere on the Anchor Video app.
911 dispatchers, contact me. I'm Deborah Mars, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. 911 dispatchers have rallied outside of the LAPD headquarters demanding more help and better pay. Dispatchers complain about simply not having enough operators to answer emergency calls, reducing some wait times to 20 minutes. Dispatchers say Epic says people will take it down because of the lack of pay. They're learning that they can work in other agencies nearby. They make a lot more money and have a lot less responsibility because the community just smaller. Dispatchers cannot actually strike much of work for their position. They say they're always ready to take an emergency call, but now it's time for the students to answer theirs. At LAPD headquarters, tonight, KFI News. Police have arrested a mom whose child was found dead inside a home in West Houston.
Well, I think the first part of the story is that the family members who had been officers, stayed in residence, working on her block of doing the last. We took about the welfare check and a 9-year-old female.
Police commander Kevin McCormick says officers forced their way into the home Friday afternoon. Both bodies were found with bodies from while no one else was inside. McCormick says the mom was found at a shopping center in San Diego and arrested for homicide. Four fires that between blocks of each other in San Bernardino are under investigation. Two of the fires started in the same basic building within 2 hours of each other. A third was at a building where police found someone hanging from a window. The fourth was in a dumpster near a building. Four hostages are expected to be released by Hamas as part of a 4-day ceasefire agreement with Israel. So far, 3 groups of people have been released, with the latest taking free yesterday. President Biden's 4-year-old Miracle Girl is among the latest hostages released.
She's truly close to it. That's what they released 50 days before that hostage was released.
9-year-old Israeli girl who was believed to have been killed by Hamas in the initial attack on Street Saturday. She also spent her birthday as a hostage. And Egyptian officials report releases today would include 11 Israelis and 33 Palestinians. The spokesman for Qatar's foreign ministry for Israel and Hamas has agreed to extend their truce for 2 more days. It was set to expire today. Hamas proposed the extension.
Israel's cabinet members also signaled their support.
These representatives said Israel wants to see as many hostages released as possible before it resumes the war. People expected to Some passengers say they sold or rented out their homes for the 3-year period and have no return. Shopify said Cyber Monday has earned its spot as an important shopping day during the holiday. CEO Harvey Finkelstein said this is the busiest online shopping day of the year.
Doesn't just stop on Monday. Looking for the actual historically, those sales will continue right until the beginning of the
Going for.
There you go, man.
Workers are remembering
What's all this? What's all this from the HR puff and stuff?
failure over the weekend, and his home in LA, his older brother Sid shared the news yesterday on social media. The brothers created the puff and show.
Sure, for his kid. And that's the biggest side I've ever been on the west side.
Energy costs are just getting higher. American business right now there is a free upgrade on the table. The upgrade is the Sun Matrix package. Also, the free sound package. Also, zero interest, zero payment until 2025. Give them a call. American Vision Monday. 888-785-5713. 888-785-5713. Or see website for details. Unapproved credit offer expires 11/30/23. CSLB number 778-326. KFI financial update. Dow is down 68. S&P 500 down 7. NASDAQ up. Southline weather to KFI from the cloudy medium some places. Highs in the mid-70s for metro LA. 60s to mid-70s for the valleys. Upper 40s to mid-60s in the high desert. Upper 60s to low 70s. Low 70s in the low sea. Upper 60s to low 70s in the IP. Right now 72 in Tustin and 64 in Virginia Beach. Same in Montana.
What's up?
We're going to install on the 10 and upland.
Good news here. CT cleared is falling out westbound at the Mountain Avenue off-ramp here at the 10 with no result. But the problem is it's just backed up quite a ways there. And even a second problem on the westbound center store is adding to that delay. Now, through Santa Ana, we travel on 55, so to make the freeway southbound before Geyer Road, only right lane open for a crash here. Stop traffic from the 5. Purple lane is going to be taken away because those good breaks. Through Ontario, which heads west at 4th, as you mentioned there, crash. And that's not going to Virginia. All through Ontario and the 10th as you head through there. It's going to be a heavy one. North 15 at Arusa. Going to stall there. The second one from the left. That as you stop. Come back to 50. Heavy to Fullerton as well. 57 southbound from Chevrolet Boulevard to Orange. So big crowded. Contact vehicles in South LA on the 110 North to connect to 105 Century Freeway. So busy there as you approach. Give yourself time. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Irish Split when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Irish Split is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, they make nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
What's up, man?
Never sounded so good.